How are we now?
Is it better? It's kind of fun. You guys are great. All right. Okay. I'm glad I don't sound like Alvin anymore. Or not Alvin. Alvin was the dude. I sounded like no, it was Alvin, right? He was the red chipmunk. I didn't pay enough attention to the chipmunks, man. Anyway, glad I don't sound like a chipmunk anymore for y'all. All right, we're gonna no block. It's a good thing we have this apparition for the Delver. Okay, looks like playing his blue-red Delver. I guess if we were going to draw another land, that was the one to draw. I'm just going to get in. We're certainly not blocking. Chaplain of Alms. Opponent's holding up disruption here. They're not going to get that. Yep, take another 3. We're under a little bit of heat right now, for sure. Okay, Field of Ruin is fine. Okay, and they're not holding up disruption here. This play is weird. This is a strange play from my opponent. There's so many 3-drops in mono white that you would care about in this spot, so I really don't understand why you don't just hold up the disruption. Because Spellbinder is going to be really hot here. I'm going to get to look at his hand, get the information, and then I can even trade off with the Delver if I would like, and I probably would like. Okay, so I don't care about negate. I don't care about disruption anymore. The dragon... the dragon he will be able to cast if he uses the Field of Ruin. Well, both these enter tapped, so no, he actually won't. This is kind of interesting. I don't really care if he uses this. I don't care about this. I don't care. Yeah, I'm just going to take the dragon. Just going to take the dragon, and we're going to get in for 2 damage. Good morning, Zyphon. How you doing, man? And yes, Dustin, it is weird that it's Alvin and the Chipmunks, and he's also a chipmunk. Threw me off there. Let's see. What did the opponent reveal? A divide by 0? Sure, I'm going to block. Okay. Kind of strange my opponent didn't just divide that, to be honest, but I guess they're trying to get some tempo and not let me resolve a spell here. So I guess I respect it. We're getting in again. And I suppose I kind of have to just let my opponent divide, which is annoying, but I can't sit here and do nothing. Can't sit here and do nothing. Yep. You have broken all the laws of math, opponent. You have divided by 0. Well done. Should really receive a Nobel Prize for that. Yep. Oh, very cool, dude. It's good to hear you're back. How's your trip? New York's a really fun place. We went there about a month and a half ago, for that secret GP. And that was a lot of fun. Hey, Hannah, thank you very much for liking the stream. Appreciate that. Let's eat this insect aberration here. Okay, we're in an okay position. Opponent, yep, gonna Salundi Vision. That's not too much of a surprise. Ooh, that's really good here. That's really good here. Prismari Command is going to be annoying. At least they only get a 1/1 because it was a Delver that we ate. Very cool, dude. And we kind of do have, well, we have stuff going on this weekend, to answer your question, where some of the team is going to a Legacy event, and those of us that are not going to the Legacy event are going to, excuse me 1 second here, let's do this, are going, or I'm going to be playing the Arena Open. Well, if I take this, he can still just play it as a land, unfortunately for me. So, but I guess the spell itself is just so good that I'm going to take it anyway. Okay, let's get in. Really? You're going to block my first striker, huh? Yeah, I was about to say it seems a little weak. A little weak. All right, we're gonna go with another Spellbinder, just for some power and the potential to double block Goldspan. 4, 8, 12. Attacking for 1, huh? Really confused that he doesn't play the Goldspan there, but I guess his plan might just be to Shatter Skull me. Oh, it's an Epiphany. Uh-oh. I don't think we're beating that. I don't think we're beating that. Not this game. Yep. Now, I can double block the Goldspan, and that's probably what I have to do. Uh-oh is right. Yeah, he doesn't even attack with the Goldspan. That's a good play, I think, from my opponent, honestly. Why let me double block when you can just smash him next turn? Let's see. X2, red. So he can do this for 2 and kill both of the Spellbinders. Technically, if I put a counter here, he could only kill the 4-2, and then I would have a chump there. But that's not particularly exciting. I don't think we can win this game, folks. So I think we're going to go ahead and go to game 2. Not going to waste our time with this. All right. So what do we want to do in this matchup? What do we want to do in this matchup? Well, medium 1-drops don't seem particularly exciting. Especially, this one has Ward 1, and it can buy back. Okay, so I think Raptor is probably the worst card in our deck. I think I'm going to bring in a couple... Brutal Cathar actually is interesting because it deals with Dragon. I'm going to bring in a couple Brutal Cathars to deal with Dragon and the various other creatures as well. It'll also reset a Delver if he flips it. We're going to want some number of counterplay spells. It's just a question of which ones do we want. I think I like the 1-mana one for sure. And I might like Stroke for Dragon. I think I do like Stroke for Dragon. So now we need to figure out what else comes out. That's a tough call. It's a tough call. Boarding with control is so much easier than boarding with aggro, man, because when you're boarding with control decks, it's very obvious what cards suck and what ones are very good. And with aggro decks, you kind of have to figure out just what cards are kind of more medium than the other ones. Part of me, because I brought in the concerted defenses and would like it to be Spell Pierce, I feel like if I'm going to cut creatures, they should not have the party type. Intrepid Adversary is just such a good card if I flood, though, and it also has Lifelink, which could be good for tempo, just swinging the race. Man, oh man. Tough. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm going to cut these, and even though that's not great, I'm going to cut 1 Raydane. Raydane might be a bad cut, but my opponent also might just board out Epiphanies if they know what they're doing. But a lot of people just leave that card in when it doesn't make sense, so I'm not convinced that they'll do what they should. But, well, classic 8 blue sources in our deck, and we don't have one of them, unfortunately. 8 might be too few, to be quite honest, with how many blue cards we play. This hand looks quite terrible. I'm going to mulligan this. This one, alright, well, this one plays Magic at least, so we're going to keep this. And so, do we want to play around the early game creatures that he might have? Probably. I think I'm going to get rid of Stroke. This game might come down to protecting this Aspirant. We can use Concerted Defense to protect it, so I'm probably going to play it on turn 3 and then Defense to save it from whatever removal spell he has. I think I'm going to lead on Takedown for sure for the land drop here. And we're kind of just going to have to pray that our opponent doesn't have multiple removal spells. Oh, sure. That makes sense. Gotcha. I did not realize. I thought those were in there for spells, not for lands. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, so the real question here is, do we expose the aspirant to a removal spell? Do we want to expose this? Yeah, no, I knew it was you, Whetstone, when you're telling me how to board, because I don't think anyone else in the world knows how the hell to board with this deck. I'll figure it out as we go. But, okay. So, yeah, I think just because, man, this being the only thing that's going on is kind of awkward. I think because it's the only thing going on, I need to value it very highly. Because if we let this die, I don't think we have much of a chance in this game. Yep, that's fine. We can hold that, but we're going to hold that later. We're going to play Beach here. We're going to play this. We're going to put a counter on it, and we're going to leave up Concerted Defense. Thank you, Dustin, for liking the stream. Appreciate it. All right. I assume my opponent's going to try and kill this, and we can blow him out with defense. People, yep. No thanks. No thanks. The best thing about this Concerted Defense card is no one is ever going to see this coming. I didn't even know this card existed. And I feel like most people don't know this card exists. I thought Spell Pierce was gone, but apparently not. It's back. It's like it never left. 3U. Alright, well, if my opponent doesn't have a way to deal 3 damage, they might be in some trouble here. If they do have a way to deal 3 damage, I think we're kind of screwed. We have a couple caves, but I don't know that that's going to compete with 6 cards out of our opponent's hand. Let's hope it does. Does this card have ward? With flying? No. Okay. Oh, Fateful Absence is fine, I guess. We're going to play another Beach. We're going to go to combat. Is he going to divide by 0 again? No, maybe not. Boom, boom. I think he's dividing. Gosh dang it, dude. This guy is a mathematical genius. So much division by 0. Yeah, I mean, I can't do anything about it. So here it comes back to my hand. I'm going to have to replay this here. I suppose one really weird play I could have made there that I didn't think about was I could have actually killed my own creature to counter the divide by 0 and get a clue. I think that's probably a spew here, though, because I think we need to have an answer to Goldspan. But it was at least an interesting thing that was an option that I didn't even really think about at the time, to be honest, but I'm thinking about it now. All right, Environmental Sciences, gain some life, get a land, definitely another blue source. Yep, makes sense. Yep, he's going to kill this. Spike Field Hazard, huh? Opponent has 4 cards in hand. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm so tempted to absence this, but I think it's probably wrong. But it is really, really tempting. Does this have Vigilance? Nope. Just a flyer. Whetstone, you're killing me with these caves, man. It's a lot of mana to fire up a manland, dude. Lot of mana to fire up a manland. I think I do want to get in the damage here. I'd rather do this than just play some random 1-drop. So let's get in. Oh my goodness, he has an unsummon too. Alright. It's fine, I guess. It wasn't a hard removal spell. So there's, you know, some bonus to that, I guess. Yep, there's Mr. Goldspan Dragon. At least we held our Fateful Absence, so we do have an answer to that. I'd love to draw like a Brutal Cathar. Well, it's not a terrible draw. It's going to let me play my whole hand, so that's pretty good, I guess. We need to hope that our opponent doesn't have a way to counter. I'm just going to do this right now, just in case he has like some sort of mana tax, like Dwari Disruption, which is also why I'm going to play this before the Chaplain. And then I'm going to play the Chaplain and put a counter on Chaplain. May I go to combat, please? Yes, he says. Okay. And we're just going to load up the chaplain because I'd much rather him kill chaplain than the other thing. Yep, there's an iteration. That's fine. It's not great. We're in top deck mode, but I assume Epiphany, if it's still in my opponent's deck, there can't be more than 2. I'd be shocked if they kept 4 or 3. 2 seems maybe justifiable. It's still probably bad. Spike Field Hazard, yep. It's fine. Played it as a land? Oh, that cannot be good for me at all. Yeah. Really? They didn't... That had to have been an oops, right? Am I about to get oopsed? Apparently not. Well, the Disdainful Stroke's really good. I guess we're not firing up Cave anymore. Not firing up Cave anymore. Mm-hmm. It's a little rough. Hopefully we can just really, really tag him with this Disdainful Stroke, I guess. We do still have... Alright, him hitting a bunch of lands is, like, totally fine. Yeah, that's cool. Whatever. Not super afraid of the Delver. Yep, sure. Opponent just has a lot of resources right now. Kind of scary. Kind of scary. Okay, that's probably an Epiphany. That's a cool draw, I guess. It's another thing we can play, which I like. I like spells in my aggro decks. Big fan of them. Go ahead. It is, Dustin. It is pretty unfortunate when you're not the one playing the good blue cards, yes. Such as Memory Deluge. That's how I like playing my blue. At some point on stream, I'm definitely going to play some mono blue Delver. I actually think mono blue Delver might be kind of sweet in this format. I'm not going to do it before the Envy because I think it's very unlikely that I would play it there. But dividing by 0. Yep. Much division, much wow. Okay. Well, this is just an awful position we're in, huh? This thing makes a flyer too, right? 2-1 flyer, 3-2, and a 4-4. Yeah. Okay. It does. It does indeed feel bad to get drowned by the card advantage. I like to be the one with the card advantage. That's okay, though. That's what we sign up for when we play white. Yep. It's possible this last turn, maybe I was just supposed to fire up the cave and not even deploy these just for the damage. Because these don't do a whole lot. They do almost nothing. Yes, very true, Dustin. Very true. Now this was a very good draw. Let's see. It's day right now. If my opponent puts it to night and then somehow, yeah. The problem is I'm not gonna be able to accumulate 2 cards. All right. Well, we're gonna take the 4-4, and I think I'm just gonna slam with everybody. Maybe just these. Send just these and make a token that leaves back some blockers, which I like. Let's do that. One card that I really think white cards might like that I've been kind of screwing around with in Historic a little bit is Gavany Dawnguard. That's a really good way for white to get card advantage, actually. And I think it's just a really good card in general. Oh, gosh, I forgot to... Oh, well. That was poor. That was poor. I was too busy talking. Too busy thinking about Gavany Dawnguard over here. I don't know that anyone has ever said that before, but I just did. All right, well, we're taking 5 here, which is pretty poor. Well, okay. If there were ever a card that can give us a chance, it was probably this. Let's kick this twice. Very unfortunate I didn't make that 1-1. That might actually cost me the game. Because had I made the 1-1, it would be a 3-3 currently. But game's not over, especially if he has nothing here. So we're going to kick this twice. Chaplain's going to get +2/+2. I'm going to send the Chaplain in. I'm going to chump. If he fires up Hall to Storm Giants, I can chump it with a 5-power Lifelinker. If he swings all out, he's actually dead if he has nothing. I need my opponent to literally have nothing and just fire up their Hall to Storm Giants like a goofball and die. The correct play here is just hit me for 5 in the air. But maybe they screw up. That's all we can really hope for right now. Oh, they have another fading hope. Yeah. All right, folks. Whetstone White starts off 0-1. A rough start here for us. We're 1 win away from Diamond. Now we're 2 wins away from Diamond. Okay, let's. I'm going to edit that real quick. Your text 2. 0-1. Goose egg on the board in the win column. That is not how we like to start. Okay. Back to work. Got to get some wins with this bad boy. How about this hand, huh? That's certainly a mulligan. Okay, this one plays. I think I'm going to get rid of a land, actually. I'm feeling greedy. There's some argument to get rid of Portable Hole, but I'm going to be a greed lord. Might get paid off. Looks like my opponent is either playing mono red or they could also be playing blue red. Okay, probably mono red. Also, just a horrible play to play with Fire Face. I can't imagine that was good. Yep. Okay, so they might just be blue red, and they're playing snow for Frostbite. We'll find out in a sec. I suppose they could also be playing some kind of mono red brew. Yep, smart to not reveal there from opponent. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I want some information here, so I'm probably going to Spellbind. We don't care about this yet. It's not particularly relevant. I don't want to Raidane, even though Raidane does make his lands come into play tapped. Okay, so he is blue-red. I think I'm just going to take this other egg. I don't want to deal with 2 of these. Play with fires, whatever. But I really don't want to deal with 2 eggs right now at all. Play with fire can only deal, like, it'll deal with the Spellbinder, but then I'm going to get to run away with Aspirant potentially, or the adversary. Yep, you have played with fire. That's pretty good. Is that better than Raidane? The answer is probably no. Raidane's going to start hitting him in the air. It's a hard one to kill. It also makes any of his lands he draws come into play tapped. Unless he draws, like, the new blue-red duel. I don't even know if blue-red was one of the duels in the new set, to be honest with you. Okay, so now I think I want to just go aspirant, counter on Raidane, portable hole, idiot, hit you for 3. See you later. All right, Raidane, it's time to work. Time to work on our opponent's life total. I think next turn I'm going to Intrepid Adversary kick and then put a counter on it with Luminarch Aspirant, which is actually a really awesome combo. Adversary and Luminarch Aspirant. Because I believe this Anthem's for every... Yeah, it does. It's pretty awesome. Dragon's Fire. Annoying, but that's okay. We're still just going to do the play that I just talked about. Kick it. Put a counter here, which... Oh, is it only... Oh, it's only for Valor counters. That's annoying. Probably good they did it that way, though. Sure. Fine. Yep. I have indeed learned that is not how that works. I wish that's how that worked. Obviously. Okay. Hey, thanks a lot for the follow, Monty818. Appreciate that. Okay, so do I want to go Valor counter or just get on the board? I think I just want to get on the board. We're going to put the counter there. Just pushing damage at this point. I want to end this game. Do not want to let my opponent... I assume this is the saw it coming. Yep, there's an iteration. Yeah, so we're going to hit our opponent for a lot of damage here, which is nice. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can make a token as well. Get another counter. Opponent's had enough. All right. So, we're going to bring these in. We're going to bring these in, like Whetstone said. I suppose if we're doing that, we cut those, is my assumption. Would you agree with that, Whetstone? I assume that's your plan, right? That would make sense. To me, at least, would make sense. So they're playing Smoldering Egg. They're playing... This card... Yeah, this card just seems really good in these blue-red matchups. This card does not seem really good in these blue-red matchups. Okay, glad you agree with me, Whetstone. I'm going to be honest. I don't know that I like this against blue-red. I think I'd rather just try and tag the dragon with a counter spell or the Brutal Cathar. I'm not trying to give them mana and cards. It feels like these matchups will kind of be more grindy to me. There's definitely an argument for Portable Hole, especially with him on the play for the egg. But we do have 4 Apparition and 2 Hole already, so I guess that's probably enough. Maybe there's an argument, though, that Portable Hole might actually be better than Apparition, because Apparition's a 3-mana play, and it also gives him a 2/2 if he kills it. So I'm actually going to go down on 3 of those and bring in 2 more holes. And we probably also want negates. Yeah, Dustin, that's possible. I'm definitely, when I play mono white, I think I'm going to try at least a few. I feel like it's definitely still a good card, personally. But who knows? I could be wrong. Just got to make a couple cuts here. I'm just going to cut a couple chaplains, I guess. Maybe I'm supposed to shave 2 Intrepid Adversaries instead. It's better with Concerted Defense, and it also leaves me with all the 1-drops, or at least all the good 1-drops. You know, it is really interesting that Maul is not very popular right now. I guess it's because the format is just really blistering fast, and you just want to get creatures on the board, and you don't even necessarily have time to play that equipment. I'm not sure. It seems like it'd be pretty good against mono green to me, but I could be wrong. Well, we're gonna keep this. I mean, it's got lands and spells, and hopefully we draw some more spells. See if we can get a win on the board here. That's not a good start. That is not a good start. We did not want basic planes. At least I did not want basic planes. But again, you sign up for basic planes when you play this deck. That was a pretty good draw, I guess. I'm going to play this on blue, and we're going to snap negate an iteration if he tries playing one this turn. I'd much rather do that than play the aspirant and do almost a guaranteed removal spell here. Fair enough. Yeah, it is, Dustin. It really is. It's also really good on adversary. Just a big life-linking idiot getting in there is pretty strong. I'm just gonna keep being patient for now. I don't think there's a huge reason to rush out an aspirant and do almost a certain removal spell without being able to at least protect it once with a negate. Yep, that's actually good for us. We wanted him to play an egg because now we just get to put a hole on it. Okay. Um. So I'm tempted here to actually just play the aspirant. I think the usher is potentially a better threat because it makes more bodies. I don't expect this to live, and I'm going to let it die if he can kill it. The portable hole next turn will be good here. I don't need to do it yet. He's not going to be able to flip it yet. I don't think. It's pretty unlikely. They are, yeah, they're probably very confused as to what in the world is going on. I'm just, like I said, I'm going to do this. I think this is the right play. I think this is the correct line here. He'll kill it with something, I assume. Really? Okay. That surprises me a lot. Okay. That's pretty sick. Now I might protect this with a negate, to be honest. Well, no, that is not happening. Get out. We don't let iterations resolve on this stream. Not without fighting them. Yep. Sure, man. You got it. Yep. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't hate that. I'm going to wait a turn on it, though, because I want to put the egg under the hole now. I don't want that flipping. Oh, wow. Does he have a fading hope? That'd be pretty annoying. He does. All right. It's pretty good for him. Well, I'm going to deploy, I think, this here just in case he has a gold span, because gold span would be pretty unbeatable for me right now. So we're going to respect that. Okay. Man, we are drawing a lot of lands, which is not helping our cause. Not helping our cause here. Probably should have left up. I should have manually tapped and left up 2 blue there just for appearances, but it's not particularly relevant. But I do think it was a better play. Okay. No attacks. Opponent looks like they might have another removal spell here. I'm not attacking because my opponent can fire up Faceless Haven, and I don't want to commit the 2 mana here anyway. But mainly because they have Faceless Haven. I mean, Usher's kind of weak right now. Kind of weak. See, I don't really understand this play from my opponent, to be honest. They should just sit back on defense. Unless maybe they have a kill spell for the raid. Even if they have a kill spell, though, this is a strange play, in my opinion. But maybe they think they can outrace the Usher, and it doesn't matter, I guess. That must be their reasoning. I don't know how much I like it, but... Okay, so we can actually... do this, make a 1-1. It's possible I was supposed to play this as a land, because it's pretty unlikely we're going to tag any... Okay. Make a 1-1, please. Yep. Now it makes sense, because they can fire it up on defense, too. Unfortunately for me, I can't quite fire up my my cave yet, which is why I maybe should have played the disruption, because then on the following turn I could have fired up cave and made a 1-1, or fired up cave and held up counters. I'm going to take 4. I could chump block, but I don't think there's a huge reason to yet. I'd rather just accumulate creatures in case I draw an intrepid adversary. Well, speak of the devil. Do I want to play that yet? Oh, do we expose ourselves to... You know what? I guess if I play this, I can do it for 1 more next turn, which, by the way, is another reason I probably just should have played this as a land. So that was a mistake on my part, no question. Was holding this as a spell. It looked bad to play it as a land, because obviously I have a lot of lands, but I actually have a good amount of things to do with my mana already, and I have a good amount of things to do with my mana in my deck, because I'm playing 4 Intrepid, or yeah, I think 4 Intrepid Adversaries. So I can't really attack, so I'm just not going to. And next turn we can adversary for full value, which will make our guys big. Memory Deluge. Well, that's a big yikes. I guess let's just counter it. And funny enough, Disruption actually would have been pretty good as a spell in this spot, so who knows? Who knows what I was supposed to do? Kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Yep, you have a million counters on your egg. Flashback Deluge, I assume. Cinderclasm. Yeah, it's pretty good. Maggie, thank you very much for liking the stream. Good to see you. Yep. Yep. Just all sorts of, yeah, me waiting. The not playing the land on the prior turn was a huge mistake for sure. It definitely cost me. If I was going to play it as a land, I was supposed to play it the turn before, and then obviously I got punished for playing it at all this turn. But yep, we cannot really beat both of... Yeah, we definitely can't beat it with that in the graveyard. He can flash that back and then shock my blocker. So, yeah, pretty disinterested in continuing this one. Let's go to the next. All right, game 3. We got to get that goose egg off the board. Okay, let's see here. So egg is obviously a pretty big issue, so maybe we are just supposed to leave in all the apparitions. They probably have 4 of it. They just want to respect that card as much as possible. Honestly, I'm going to bring in the Maul here too. What do we not want? Chaplain of Alms seems pretty medium to me. Although, yeah, Usher's got to be better than that card, right? Even though my opponent does have Cinderclasm, which can deal with Usher and all its tokens, but I mean, Cinderclasm just kind of hoses my entire deck anyway, if we're being honest. So, all right. I'm going to try the get a little bigger plan because it seems like this deck draws a fair amount of lands anyway. Kind of a bigger version of white. And then I'm torn on which of these 2-drops I want to cut 2 of. This one's obviously better with the party card, with Concerted Defense, but I think this card is kind of medium in these matchups. It just gets 1-for-1 so easily. And I think Intrepid Adversary, just having that lifelink might matter, but who knows? Maybe it doesn't. It also gives me, again, like if I draw a bunch of lands, something that pays me off. You know what? We're on the play. We're going to have a few less of those. Still have 6 answers to egg. Just hope that we can draw them. If you go too low on the creature count, you're just not going to be able to pressure the life total, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, this hand is fine. It's, you know, it's a pile of white cards. Very nice, Awkward Ninjas. That's really cool, dude. How did you manage to, let's see, helps they emptied their hand to get to the flipped eggs, had no follow-up. Okay, gotcha. Very, very cool. Sounds good for you. Well, we're going to play this, and if they have an egg here, we can disrupt it. Although, honestly, I don't even think I'm supposed to disrupt this because of the apparitions. I think I just let this happen, actually. All right, I think I'm going to check out my opponent's hand. This also gets a good amount of pressure on them. What you got? I think I want to take this iteration for sure. Yeah, get out. You don't need that. If he wants to divide by 0 my Spellbinder right now, he can. And if he doesn't do that, then I just get to disrupt it. Okay, he's going to foretell. Well, that's great for me because now I get to resolve this apparition. So, and I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to hold up appearances. I don't think we showed this guy Concerted Defense yet, but people are going to learn soon enough that it's a card. And once they do, they might be scared of it. So we're going to take care of that right now. You went back to Ren. Awkward Ninjas, what deck are you playing? Okay, there's the blue. Wow, a main phase 4-mana iteration. I did not expect that, actually. Some desperation. Definitely some desperation. That's good for me. I like it when iteration is only a draw 1. All right, that's going to be pretty good, too. Do I just deploy that this turn? I might just deploy that this turn, actually, because I want to save the disruption for the Epiphany. So yeah, I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna kick this with the 2 white lands, and then we're gonna crunch for 7. And then next turn, we can fire this up. So that's 3, 6. We have 8 damage if they kill the adversary. So we're looking okay. We're looking okay. Okay. And then they're probably going to divide by 0 the Spellbinder. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Huh. Alright, this is pretty awkward. This is pretty awkward. The divide by 0 is like really annoying. Divide by 0 is quite annoying, but Epiphany might be more annoying. I think I'm just going to swing with a flyer here. I'm not interested in trading Adversary for a 2/2 token. And I can just replay the Spellbinder if he bounces it. Yeah, they're going to end step divide, which makes sense. I think I might just cast the Apparition here because I want to get pressure. And I'm pretty committed at this point to just disrupting the extra turn spell if he takes it. Now, my opponent will probably be smarter than that, but I still think I have to respect it. I guess they just don't want me to see their hand again. Maybe they have a Cinderclasm or something. Spikefield Hazard would kill it too. So, Expressive Iteration, yeah, you got it. Can't do much about that. Skeletal Swarming Combo is the best description. Okay, that's pretty interesting. What is the combo with it? That was a really, really sweet draw, actually. Wait, my opponent didn't play a land there. That's pretty sweet, too. So, if they have a 2-drop removal spell, that'd be pretty darn annoying. Let's see. Tap those. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to do this. Eat that 2/2. Try and get in there for some damage. And I'm going to leave up the Disruption. And I'm considering just playing this, although that plays pretty hard into a Cinderclasm, so maybe I don't do that. Maybe I, hold this. We'll see what my opponent does here. Saw it coming. Seeing it coming, huh? How bad is the extra turn spell for me? If I counter this and put him to 1, how bad is the extra turn spell? It's pretty bad. He has to hit a land, obviously, to do it in the first place. It still technically would be dead on board, though. All right, I'm gonna be a little greedy. Yes, opponent, I understand. Thank you. We're gonna do this. I think this puts him in bad enough of a position where it's worth it. Obviously, I could lose to this play, but we're gonna do it. Now the next question is, do I do this? You know what? Yep, we do. Because if he does do the extra turn spell, I just want as many threats in play as possible. And it looks like my opponent missed their land because, yep. Okay. All right, we got him. We're on the board. 1-1. 1-1 with mono white. 1 win away from Mythic, or not Mythic, sorry, Diamond. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll edit that record. 1-1. All right. Mono green ramp shell with 2 Storm the Festival, Scute Swarm, and Swarming with Maskwood Nexus. That's kind of cool. So a good festival turns everything into skeletons to give the whole team. Wow, that's actually really sweet. I have not heard of that. That's pretty neat. Pretty nifty. Definitely a deck. If you'd like to see it on stream, ninjas, if you want to like post that somewhere for us to check out later, I'd be down. All right, we're gonna keep this. We've got some 1-drops. We're gonna play Usher into Make a Guy. Attack Make a Guy is the plan. We'll see how this works. Looks like a pretty good hand, though. Pretty good hand. We're going to lead on Cave. And Usher. That's really, really annoying. Really annoying, but that's okay. Play this. Do we have a public Discord? We actually do. Part of it's public, and then part of it is obviously just for the team. Let me see if I can pull that up in a second here for you. Fateful absence. Thanks. Okay, it's fine with me. Hit for 1. Spellbind you. This one seems pretty annoying, huh? I think we're probably going to take that. Whenever it enters the battlefield, learn, as long as it's in your graveyard, you may instead... Huh, okay. Interesting little deck here from our opponent. Yep, that is a Retriever Phoenix. You have got it. Thank you, Dewey. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, it's Dewey's birthday. Happy birthday, Dewey. I completely forgot it was your birthday, man. I'm not going to lie. Even though we literally just talked about it on the cast last night. Okay. So... I don't need blue mana in game 1, so there's pretty much no reason to do that. I think my play here is going to be... What did he learn for, by the way? Let's check this out. Can I see this card, please? There we go. Start from scratch. 1 damage to any target. Destroy target artifact. Gotcha. Okay. Well, because he went and got the 1 damage thing, I'm pretty incentivized to just play this and kick it once. I did want to wait and kick it twice. But I'm not going to get that luxury, so here we go. I'm pretty disinterested in trading Spellbinder for this Phoenix, so I think I'm just going to send the Raptor in. Sending this in is debatable, but I think I'd like to make a token out of it next turn, especially because the token is a 2/2. Yeah. Let's do that. I think I like that. Yeah, if you have the deck list, definitely just on our Discord would be perfect. Discord or a YouTube comment, wherever. I would personally prefer it's not in the chat just because I want to refer to it later, and I think it'd be much harder to refer to it from chat. Yeah, that'll work fine too. Okay. Portable Hole is pretty good here. I can Portable Hold a Chaplain, and then I can Fateful Absence the Retriever Phoenix, and we can just have a pretty big turn here, which I think is what we're going to do. Pretty sure that's what we're going to do. I just need to try and max out damage right now because that Shatter Skull Smashing is looming. Oh, that's really... God dang it, I forgot that thing had ward. It's fine. Oh, does that change anything for me? No, probably not. Probably not. I think I have to try and maximize some damage here. We have to get an amount of damage. Getting him to 12 is somewhat relevant because if we fire up Cave 4 times, we can kill him in 4 hits. So, opponent's probably going to go Mountain and then Shatter Skull, kill my 3-1 and my 2-1, I would imagine here. And then if I draw a land, I can fire up Haven and hit him for... Okay, I'm pretty surprised at this play, but it's fine. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Never mind. Good play from my opponent. Good play. That attack, however, is a little suspect. Okay, never mind. Just had a third chaplain. Okay. Well, this is going to die to the smashing anyway, so I'm pretty interested in trading it with a bird. I'm going to pop this off. I'm not interested in firing up the man land at all. Another land is not what we wanted to see. I am going to offer this. I don't want him double blocking the man land later, and he already has smashing anyway. Yep, that's fine. He also has start from scratch, which would have killed it too, so... Yep. What does this mean? I don't know. This is a weird attack. Unless they just have another bird. Nope. Okay. That was actually, I guess, a good draw because I'm going to just play this on blue. Let's fire this up. The reason I'm playing this on blue is my opponent might think I have something that's blue. It's the only reason I'm doing it. But we have so much mana that I think it's worth. Really surprised here that my opponent swung out like that with the Phoenix and just took a 1 point they didn't need to. They're definitely behind in the race, so it was kind of a strange play, but here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they would need 2 more land drops to Shatter Skull 2 Raptors. Bloodthirsty Adversary, huh? Wow, that's quite good. Quite good. One, 2, 5, 6, 7. They can hit me for 7. Shatter Skull cannot go face, which is going to potentially be very relevant here. Oh, did I do I did my math way wrong. Man, oh man, oh man. Spells would be cool. Okay. We're dead if my opponent sees it. It's possible I'm supposed to just hold the land there and bluff something, but I did not do that. If they attack here, this is not a good play from them. They should have just smashing my Raptor. There's no reason not to. They're still probably going to win this game. Very hard to lose from this position, but as it is, they're giving me a shot. Okay, you have an instant... Yeah. I could float a mana, but I have no 1 mana things that could do anything here, so yeah, I'm just going to scoop them up. Alright. We're going to bring these in. We're going to bring these in. We're going to bring this in. It's a very good mirror breaker usually. We're not going to bring in any of our blue cards here. I hate Fateful Absence against aggro decks. I'm not trying to give other aggro decks cards. Radane's a flyer, so I'm probably going to keep it in on that sole basis. All the flyers are going to stay, I think. Everything that flies. 3, 14, 18, 20... I'm considering cutting a land. Yeah, tough break indeed, Teddy. Tough break indeed. But hey, at least today you don't have to watch me play a bunch of grindy-ass control mirrors, huh? You don't have to watch me lose to decking in game 1 against an Esper control deck. It might have been my favorite part of the stream yesterday, was you talking about not liking um, control matchups, control mirrors, when I said control mirrors were interesting. And then the game came down to decking. I thought that was pretty good. So there's definitely the only thing that deters me from cutting a land is we do have a lot of threes, but we do keep drawing a lot of lands every single game, and which kind of makes me think this deck might be on like one too many. Screw it. I'm cutting a land. It's what my gut tells me to do, so I'm going to go with it. That's good. I'm glad. If you're being serious and actually enjoyed the blue-black deck, that's good. All right, well, here's me getting punished for cutting a land, so we'll mulligan that. All right, this hand's pretty good, though. I think I'm going to get rid of a Raydane. There's some argument to get rid of Chaplain here, too. In fact, that may have been the, better bottom, but whatever. I'm going to offer. I think a trade here is fine. You got it. I think it's particularly fine because on turn 4 I can just buy it back. So. Yep. Sure. Okay. I think I like the Raydane. Sure. Sure. This guy's deck's really interesting. Kind of cool. Some of us like grindy control mirrors deck. I love them. I love them. I said it was interesting. The only annoying thing was, yep, that's fine. The only annoying thing about it was that I was looking to play against other decks, but I like playing grindy control mirrors. I don't have any issue with it. Okay. I think I'm going to just apparition this thing. Yeah. Seems a lot better to me for a few reasons. One big reason is that if he's able to kill that, or if he's able to kill this, he gets a 3/3, which seems pretty unappealing. I just need to push some damage right now. That's right, Teddy. Let's see if this would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile instead. Okay. I don't know that I'm supposed to. Well, Brutal Cathar. I guess if he gets the other half of this back, I don't actually care that much, which is what would happen. I really don't want to play this until I have a land drop. And playing this here is, playing this here is fine. If I do this, I get in 2 more damage, which puts him to 12. I think I'm just going to keep playing cards that my opponent would like to remove. Oh, god damn, I forgot it had Ward 1. That's a mistake on my part. So I should have just played the Raptor. Oops. It's alright. I think we can definitely still take this game, but that was an unfortunate play on my part. Yep. 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 Man. Definitely getting punished for cutting that land. So that was probably a mistake on my part. I should have just cut a different spell. Very cool, ninjas. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate that. Let's see here. We are in some trouble. We are in some trouble. I think I'm just gonna try and load up the board with bodies, and then try getting to a spot where I can kick this. But I definitely screwed up this game. Playing this was weak as hell. Yeah, well, it's not necessarily missequencing. It's more I just didn't read what my opponent's card did, which is almost even more offensive. Is not reading what cards do. But here we are. Um, and it's even more disgusting because I play this card in my deck. Now, to be fair, this is only the third match I've played with this deck, and if I were playing mono white, I don't think I'd be playing this card. But we're playing Whetstone's list here, and I'm playing it as is for probably 10 matches or so before I do any adjustments to it. Kind of want to get a good feel. We're just going to take 4 here. There's no reason to do any blocking. God damn it. Jeez. Mono white is lame. Bring black, blue, white control. Dude, I agree. This deck blows, man. No, it's a fine deck. We're not drawing super great, and I've said this a few times. We'll make the deck better as we go, just like we did with blue black. But I do want to play for a while with just Whetstone's list. I guess, just have to play this. We are just in so much trouble. It is disgusting. Just a big hypocrite, I see. Yeah. I'm also big dead in this game. Big dead. Yes, Whetstone, I did indeed say I've already covered that it's also my card as well. That's a pretty good illuminate there. I know I can't. It was more a joke. It was a joke with Raja there. All right, that's enough of this. Just getting punished all game long for cutting that land. So big yikes. All right. 1 and 2, 2 matches away from Diamond yet again. If we lose one more time, we've already matched our total of losses. Oh, baby, let's go. The Mythic Qualifier. Won't be playing in that because we'll be at the Envy instead, which is what we're testing for. But I qualified for that due to my Mythic limited ranking last month. This set is a lot of fun to draft. I'll definitely be doing some of that after the Invitational as well, doing some drafting. All right, let's edit the record real quick. Go to the header here. Text 2. All right, 1 and 2. We got to get it going here. One and 2 with Whetstone White. Well, we're keeping this. It doesn't get much better than this. 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop if we hit a land, and then Anthem off the other 2 drop. We did. We did, Dewey, and I got greedy, and I got punished. And so that's how it goes. And I probably won't do it again. No promises, though. No, I definitely won't do that shit again. That was greedy, especially with how many 3 drops the deck plays. Potentially, Raja, yeah. Same thing I told Ninjas. If you want to, you can DM me that deck on Facebook. You can put it wherever and let me know where you put it, and we can look into doing that. So my opponent led on red-black pathway. I think we're going to do this. But yeah, Raja, just put it somewhere for me. Let me know where you put it. And we'll do that at some point. I'm going to put the counter on the aspirant. I just want to maximize damage. The adversary is a solid attacker even without the counter, so I don't really need to load that up. If it makes you feel better, Dykeman, I am jamming your blue-black. Yeah, I know it is. I'm aware. It's a really good deck, dude. There's a reason we went 16-3. And yesterday we didn't lose after I made a couple of the changes. And I think, like I said, I was saying yesterday, we figured out that the mono green matchup, which was really the only thing that was even kind of holding us back. Okay, now I'm going to put a counter here. Mainly because it diversifies our threats. Keeping this in play will be useful. I didn't think about that. You know, I probably should have spellbound him first. That was a mistake. Me playing a little too quickly again. I'm definitely gonna take. Well, he does have 2 blue, so I think I'm just taking this deluge, and then I can Raid Ain and make it like impossible to cast next turn, which seems good. Thanks a lot, Raja. Thanks a lot, Raja. Appreciate you. Oh man, that's funny. All right, so Portable Hole was actually a pretty good draw. I think I'm going to go to combat because I don't want him to Fading Hope my Raid Ain. So I think I'm going to put the counter here. This threatens a really good attack, and my opponent might just Fading Hope this. Yep, and that is what they did. So now I get to hit him for 3. And I think here I'm just going to play the Raid Ain. Let's make that Deluge impossible to cast. He may have kept a land thinking he could have played the Deluge. Because honestly, in his spot, I might have done that. Yep. That's probably what he did. So we're looking in pretty good position here. Teddy, the rainbow emoji. Nice. Sure. Sure. Okay. I'm going to play this, and I'm going to put a counter on the Spellbinder because I would like the Raid Ain to stay in play for as long as possible. Yep. Are you serious? This guy is another Spike Field Hazard? That's really gross. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Spike Field Hazard, but I think that's what it is. Maybe it's not. We'll see. Jeez. Okay. Well, we're going to throw that in a hole. guess I'm glad I didn't hole first, because then he could have just blown up the artifact. Sure. Okay. It's fine. Rewarded for not playing hole pre-combat. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, well, we're kicking this. We are kicking this, and we are just going to hope that this is going to be good enough. I'm not confident. We saw yesterday how good Deluge is. No one on this stream needs to hear how good that card is. Especially Dewey, because he's playing the deck right now. Yeah. Yeah, the Prismari command was pretty gross, especially the copied Prismari command. Was not a fan. Opponent is digging through time. Yep. 5U. Okay. Oh, jeez, man. How good is Deluge? Well, it's pretty good. There's Dewey waving. Yep. Hi, Dewey. I feel like we're pretty dead. I wasn't there for the entire stream, if I'm being fair. Yeah, that is true. You were not there for the entire stream. The matchups where we didn't play control mirrors might have been fun for you. You might have enjoyed it. I think in total we played the control mirror 4 times. And for whatever reason, I started the stream playing the control mirror 3 times in a row somehow, which was pretty wild. But we're in a really bad spot here. My opponent is just chaining deluges, which is a really horrible thing for me. Uh-huh. I'd like to go to combat, please. So technically, I haven't shown my opponent blue yet. I'm not going to play this because I don't want them to know I'm playing blue. We're probably near 1% to win this game at this point. I don't think there's any way we're beating Double Deluge in the graveyard. But who knows? Either way, I'm not going to show them the blue. I'd rather just not give them that information. Yep. Hall of the Storm Giants is pretty good. Pretty good. Fading Hope, my Battlefield Raptor. So, I'm going to do this. I think this card is pretty bad at this point, and I'd rather just turn one of these into a card, if I'm being completely honest. And I'd rather not let my opponent scry. So we're going to do that. Kind of a weird play, but I think we're in such a bad spot that I'd rather just convert a 1-2 into a different card. That's a better card, to be fair. So, not too sad about it, I guess. Just going to deploy a couple of these, put a couple counters on Raptor, and pray that it's good enough. Yep, combat. 1 on the Raptor, 2 on the Raptor. Boom, boom. 3 you. Go. All runs Epiphany. Nope, even worse. Much worse for me. He burned down the house. The house has been burned down. And all right, we're gonna just go to the next game. There's no reason to waste our time with that one anymore. All right, well, we're gonna bring in all the blue stuff. Blue stuff. We did see egg out of them. Supportable hole is probably good. Although maybe this is just better. Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty off portable hole against a hard control deck. It seems pretty weak. We're going to cut the takedowns because we brought in the disruptions. I think this card is pretty weak. And now the question becomes, what is the next cut? We do need to respect eggs, so I think I'm just going to leave in all the 3-mana idiots that deal with things. Teddy, there looked like there may have been a chance for a moment, and then it went away very quickly when he burned down my house. So I think I want all the 1-drops. It's between the 2s here. I think, man. It's so good if you flood. It also has a really good amount of power. Maybe I trim one of those and actually don't need all the 1s. Maybe the Raptors are medium. Maybe that's what we want to do. Or I could just cut all of these and just play the Raptors. It's close. I think I want to do this. We'll see how it works. Might definitely be wrong, but here we are. All right. See if the blue can help us out. We have no blue mana in our opener, but we do have a pretty good hand, so I am going to keep it. Very hard to ship a hand that goes good 1-drop, double good 1-drop, or make a 1/1. Play this. It's probably going to be make a 1/1. I just want to get value. Do you want to trim a land? No, Teddy, I do not want to trim a land. Thank you. Appreciate the offer. All right. I'm going to attack and make a guy. Are you serious? Okay, never mind. I'm going to play Chaplain of Alms and Usher the Fallen. At least it wasn't an actual kill spell, but that is pretty annoying just tempo-wise. If he does not kill my Usher, I'm going to attack and... Really? Duress? What are you doing? Why is Duress in your deck, man? Okay. I'm going to swing. I'm going to make a guy. And then I'm going to play another 1-drop rather than play a Raidane. My opponent won't get taxed by any of the Raidane nonsense here anyway. So I'd rather just deploy more things and get the ability out of this. Celestis. Yep, you got a Celestis. Alright, this time I need to protect myself from burn down the house. So I'm going to play my cards. Raidane. Chaplain of Alms. Go ahead. Scared of portable hole. No, I'm not particularly scared of Portable Hole at the moment out of this guy. Mostly because he's playing Grixis. Ren Janssens, thanks a lot for liking the stream. Appreciate it. Well, somehow, why would you? I really don't understand conceding the game there when you literally have a Celestis. Just like flip it to Knight, get your loot, gain a life. Like what on earth? You play 2-mana kill spells for Raydane and then could just burn it down if you found one. So that concession was pretty wild, but we will take it. We will take it. I mean that felt pretty reasonable to me. That felt pretty reasonable to me. I think one change that I may make. Well, I am on the draw, so I need to respect Egg more. And actually, Apparition eating the Celestis is like a very real thing that might come up. So I might just keep doing that. Keep all the Apparitions. I was thinking about going to one more of these. Hey, Dustin with the subscription. You're a superstar. That's why I made it a star last night. Big Mario fan. Anyway, thanks a lot for the subscription, dude. Really appreciate it. Boros fist bump to you. Today's storm count 1. Yes. Thank you very much, Dustin. All right. Let's see if we can get back to 500 on the day. Get to 2-2. Feels like this white deck has pretty good game against the blue-red strategies, at least. Yeah, we're going to keep this. We're going to keep this. Yes, indeed. He is a superstar. All right, we're going to keep this. 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, negate. Can't ask for too much more. I guess I'd like an Elite Spellbinder on turn 3 if I were going to ask for more. But overall, it's a pretty strong hand. Sure. That's pretty hot right there. We'll take that. Take that all day long. Yep. Well, we have an answer for that little guy, so that's good. Now, think here, just going to lead on this. Just going to play this. I'm going to put the counter on the Chaplain of Alms, because if he has removal, he's going to kill the Luminarch anyway. You know what? We'll bluff. Bluff that mutagenic growth. All right. Opponent did not fall for it, but there's no reason to not attack there, really. So we'll just do it. It's free. Opponent would have to be kind of a moron, honestly, to not block, but you never know. People make mistakes. The Brutal Cathar will be good for dealing with this egg. Bluff the mutagenic growth in standard. Barf, love it. Yep. That's all. You know, man, sometimes you want to bluff mutagenic growth. Yep. It's an iteration. Sure. Now, the really weird, I guess they had to play a land to do, oh, well, I said earlier that was like the best play on turn 3, and I still feel like that's probably the case. I am going to play this on blue, I think, because it lets me potentially... Actually, playing Cathar here still might be better. I've never seen a black version of these eggs decks. Interesting. Yeah, this is like I think maybe some of the world's decks were doing this, but I think I am going to lead on this. I want to know what's going on. We can Cathar next turn. Okay, the answer is not much is going on, and I'm definitely taking this Prismari command because my opponent's hand is abysmal without this Prismari. Abysmal. Um, okay, so if I put the counter here, I lose a damage this turn. Well, I guess losing a damage this turn is foolish because of the fact that I can Brutal Cathar next turn. But if he draws removal, he's still pretty incentivized to kill this. So I think I'm willing to lose 1 damage to potentially look better against. And he has a Fading Hope in hand too, so Fading Hoping this is kind of embarrassing. Really, Fading Hoping any of my creatures is pretty embarrassing. Yep, hit the land, that's fine. That was a great draw. So because of the contents of my opponent's hand, I think the right play is leave up the stroke for that 5-drop. I'm certainly not interested in Catharing this anymore because if he resolves this, I can't counter anything, which means if he drew a red source, he would just burn it down. Burn down the house, that is. So I think the right play here is I'm just going to put a counter on the Chaplain of Alms, and we'll see if he's interested in bouncing that back to my hand. I could, I suppose, put the counter here as well. That, I guess, gives me an extra damage if he was going to... Oh, let's do this. I like this. I think he's going to Fading Hope, probably. And I am going to play another blue source. He'll bounce this for 2 mana. He'll get a Scry, which is fine. Resolves. There was some argument, I suppose, to put the counter on the Spellbinder. Because if he Fading Hopes there, he doesn't get to Scry, and I actually get to replay it and play a blue source. And if I replay it, I can take this, and then I don't have to stroke it. And then I Concerted Defense the burn down the house. But I think everything will still work out fine. What Modern deck should I build when I haven't played Modern in 3 years or so? Burn is pretty good right now. So if you just want something pretty easy to pick up and play, I think that's a very reasonable deck. Think about some other ones. I mean, what's kind of your style, I guess? I mean, you can kind of do whatever you want in Modern right now. There are a lot of good decks. Tron is fairly good right now, and that's another pretty easy one to pick up and just play. So it really just depends what you're into. My last decks were Modern Humans and Jeskai Control. Well, you'll be happy to know that Blue-White Control is one of the best decks, so I don't hate... you know, if that's your kind of thing, play some Blue-White Control. I think it's really good right now. Humans is also not that bad right now, and I think it got a lot of new toys in this new set, which people haven't even explored yet. Like I said, Gavany Dawnguard is a really good card. I won't be surprised if that ends up being an Eternal format playable card at all. I think that card is quite strong. And I also think that the 2-mana human that gives all your humans the ability to tap for mana and also lets you Gavany Township is quite good. Okay. Well, I really hope my opponent didn't draw like a Deluge. A Deluge flipping the egg would be really annoying. But I really I don't want to play this stinking Cathar yet at all because I want one more land. So I'm going to put the counter here. And he's power word killing this. What's my party right now? I've got cleric. It's just all clerics. I guess I'm just going to negate this. Can't really afford to let that happen. I agree, opponent is nice. It was pretty stinking awesome. Yep. All right. And now we're just going to have to play this, but him resolving the other 5-drop doesn't matter anymore because he's under too much pressure. So, boom. Get out of my way. Let's put a counter on the Chaplain of Alms. That's 2, 4, 7 damage. And then if he plays the 5-drop, he's dead to the flyer. So I like that. Just drawing all the sideboard cards. Yes, we are, Teddy. We are indeed drawing all the sideboard cards. And we're 2-2. Let's go. 2-2 with Whetstone White. We've beaten the blue-red decks, the blue-red variations twice. We're 2-0 against those, and we're 0-2 against, we played like a learn red-white deck, and I forget what the other, maybe we're 2-1 against blue-red, actually. I might be lying, because I think we might have lost to, we lost to Delver, a blue-red Delver, I believe. So, all right, I'm going to update the record real quick. For those that are watching, thanks a lot for tuning in. If you enjoy the content, Swish Gaming is the team that I'm playing for, and obviously the name I'm under here. Go ahead and give us a follow on YouTube at Swish Gaming. Our website is swishgaming.com, where we produce a good amount of content. You can find all sorts of Magic content there and other games as well. Twitter, we are The Swish Gaming. Facebook, Swish Gaming. And Twitch, as you probably already can tell, is The Swish Gaming. Okay, 4 matches in here with Whetstone White. Let's keep rolling. And you need chalices, though. Yeah, you definitely need chalices for blue-white control right now. Chalice is really good. Raja could tell you all about it. Yeah, this hand looks fine. It's not exciting, but I think it is a keep. All right, well, it got even less exciting with that draw. Opponent played a green-red land, so they're probably playing a Gruul deck. I am going to want takedown, very likely, in this matchup. Yep. It is day. And Arlen here will be really bad for me if I don't kill this, but I can't really... I can't spew off an absence this early. That's just such a bad start to a game. All right. If he doesn't have a kill spell, I think I unfortunately just need to trade with this. Maybe not. If he deals me damage, he'll draw a card. This card's just going to be such a big problem if I just give him a bunch of cards. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I need to just trade. I don't like it, but I'm not willing to give him more cards than I'm already going to give him off Fateful Absence. Apparition, please. Nope. Nope. Not today. Well, let's see. I could, I suppose, play this and play this. That at least leaves the option to trade. Does this have trample? No. I could also just kill the darn thing. I guess I have a ton of lands, so kicking this later is a real thing. I'm not going to let it go tonight because his deck will benefit from that heavily. So we're going to try this. Right now we're in the cube, plus I have an extra play set of all the fetch lands. I have a few extra Ragavans. Other than that, just have some reserve list cards. Yeah, they did indeed skyrocket. It's a very, very good card in Modern right now. By the way, another card you should add to that cube that I didn't mention when we were talking before, Siphon Insight seems like a really sweet cube card. The one that we were playing in Blue-Black Control yesterday. It's also out of the new set, but I think that card would be really, really nice in cube. Double Gonti seems sick. Okay, well, unfortunately I didn't draw another spell, so I think I just need to kick this adversary right now, which I don't like, but it's unfortunately I think just what we have to do. So it is what we're going to do. I agree, opponent. It is nice. To you. Go. Picked up all the rest of those cards you mentioned. They are on the way. Nice. That's awesome, man. That is awesome to hear. This is fine. I'm just going to try racing. You got a big... Man, oh, god dang, dude. Well, you're all seeing why I did cut a land in a game, and I did get punished when I did that, but this kind of stuff is why I made that decision. This has kind of been all our losses today, is me destroying 1,000,000 lands. And unfortunately, it just became night, which is potentially just going to get us killed. But, yeah, resolves. Sure. Yep. Yeah, I agree the zombie deck would be interesting. I feel like mono black aggro always gets snuffed in cube, which I hate. So I like the changes we made for sure. Right on time with this spellbinder. Right on time. Yeah, we're not going to be able to win this game. I am going to play this for information, though. Holy goodness. And an Outland Liberator? Okay. Tolovar's Huntmaster. We need to make sure that card never hits the table. Alright. I definitely want Maul. I want the holes. I want the Cathars. Strokes are actually kind of interesting against werewolves, I think. Let's figure out what we want to cut. I think this card is actually just completely awful in this matchup, so I'm gonna cut these. And I like Raptor because it flies over them. I think it might just be an Usher. It's a little awkward on the play, so I'm going down to only 6 one-drop creatures, which is kind of weak. But, oh, you know what? Raidane flies, though, which I like. It also makes Ren and 7 just 1,000,000 mana. Tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to cut a land. I've learned my lesson. Despite kind of wanting to again, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. We're not going to be results oriented on that game, even though I certainly could be. But oh boy. God, man, I really think this is the weakest card in my deck, but I also hate cutting a 1-drop on the play. But I guess I think this card is just so bad post board especially, and it's not going to be able to get through very well. Are you sure? Play the 61 card special. I'm certainly not playing 61 cards. I won't do it. All right, well, we're going to keep this. We have a 1-drop anyway, so who cares? Who cares that we cut one? Have a 1-drop creature, also have a 1-drop. Ooh, baby. Well, we're just going to play this because we're just throwing them all on it next turn. I lied. No, I don't care. We're going to race. I don't care that he can 6 you. Gain 5. Go. Rude. Rude. We're going to put that in a hole. We're going to raid in. We're going to hit for 1. Next turn, we're going to move the equipment over to the Raptor. And we're going to hit him for 5. That's really disgustingly annoying. Never mind, we're not going to move our equipment. It doesn't do anything. Well, I guess leaving up the absence is kind of medium, though, anyway. At least if I do this, this means he won't blow up the hole, because he would consider maybe doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna force him to answer this maul. Yeah, it's fine. Hit you for 3. Land drop would be pretty nice. Sure. Sure. And I'm just gonna be aggressive. And we're gonna pound in for 6, I believe. Yep, 6 you. Should be in very good shape here. Yep. Yep. Sure. The Field of Ruin is concerning. That can deal with a cave. So if he finds one more answer, we're not going to have lethal. Yep. You got that. I mean, yeah, okay. I have no option. I have to attack you, opponent. There's no decision to be made there. Okay. On the draw, what do we want to do on the draw? Stroke hits his top end stuff, which is nice, but I don't even know how much of his top end stuff will still be in his deck. Negate could be kind of interesting. Defense could be kind of interesting. Being able to protect my stuff. This card seems even worse on the draw than it is on the play, but again, it's a 1-mana thing to do, which is important in these aggro decks, is to just get a little bit of damage out of 1-drops. So, I'm probably still just going to keep it the way it is. It's also important to have creatures with Cabria takedown, so we'll keep it like this. And we'll see how it goes. Can we get a winning record? Well, not with hands like this, we can't. This is a land, but it's a pretty awkward hand. I think we can do better than this. All right, we did better than that. We're definitely keeping the maul again. Was very impressed with that. This hand's like really good. I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to be getting rid of. Probably the Raidane. We're going to play this on 2, throw a maul on it on 3, keep this as an answer to stuff, and then he's a day-night deck, so I can actually benefit from the day-night of this card a lot easier against this deck. I can try and punish him for day-night decisions that he makes. Opponent's also on a mull, which helps. Go. Skyclave was a very good draw, too. 13,000% vault. That sounds pretty nice. Well, we're just going to throw this thing in a hole, I think. There's some argument to just do this. Maybe I am actually just supposed to do this. This gets me on the board. It lets me start pressuring. If anyone here is local, I just proposed about getting 6 people to cube tonight at Galactic. Yeah, I would probably be down with that, personally. I have to think about if I want to trade here. This is pretty close. Can we outrace this card? It depends if we hit a land. If we hit a land, we can outrace this card. If we don't hit a land, we're going to struggle to outrace it immensely. But, Mm-mm-mm. I think for now, I'm going to no block. Well, it was another one drop, so it's not completely useless, but it's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie, it's pretty terrible. Play this, hit you. Sure. All right, land drop, please. Please land. Can't decide if Maul is the best or worst card in the deck. Well, it's typically the best. It's typically very good. Had I hit a third land, to be fair, all of my cards are insane if I would have hit a land. And I'm getting really punished for not trading with the dude, but I don't think I'm supposed to play the game like I'm never going to draw a land. That's not a good way to win games, is just assume you're going to draw worst as possible, which is about what I'm drawing here. I already said this is one of the worst cards in the deck post-board, and here it is when I absolutely needed anything else. But we're going to make an attack. We're going to cast this. The game's still not over. There's some argument to hold this back to trade, but I think we just need to do it this way. Again, I just don't think that's a winning formula. If he fires up Hydra, I can block it at least. Like, Usher may be on chump block duty here. Kinda. Depends how patient you are with Brawl, in my opinion. I've been playing white. Can't say. Sure. Yeah, it's very good on the play, definitely. All right, so the question is now, do I block? 3, 4, 5, 6. 6U. This would be lethal on the following turn. The goal here is hit one of these things. Specifically, this one would be quite good. All right, I'm going to no block because I think he's on a 2-turn clock if I hit the land. Oh my god, dude. That is so frustrating. Gets haste. Do they have trample? Yeah. Yeah, it gains trample. Well, I certainly can't double spell. I can't even play 1. So, yup. Back to 2 and 3 we go. Can't get above 500 with this deck today so far. Drawing like that certainly doesn't help. Hello, what's going on, man? Thanks for joining. Let me real quick edit that record for us here. 2 and 3. All right. We're going to keep playing. Like I said initially, I'm going to do 10 matches with the deck as it is. So we still got 5 more before I make any adjustments. I'm certainly going to be making some adjustments. But there are definitely some good things about this deck. I think it definitely has potential, and obviously it has potential. I think Mono White got like 2nd and 6th in the SCG this weekend. So not a terrible deck by any means. Shady F. I agree, F. Those draws made me pretty effing angry, if I'm going to be quite honest, that last game. It's not a fun game. All right. Amaria's call. So, I think here we're going to lead on the 1-drop that deals the most damage. Next turn, we'll play this in a tap land, pretty likely, unless we draw another land. Okay. Okay, that is interesting as well. That is interesting as well. Thank you very much for liking the stream, Kinsvogel. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, I think I'm going to just start getting the Luminarch Aspirant going here. And I believe we're going to put the counter here to get the damage, and also just this thing's going to be, we want to attack with this thing every turn. So just making it bigger is going to be nice. Okay, they're playing this deck. This thing just makes 1/1s until you have all the lands, right? So they're playing the landfall deck, We could just kill this right now with the takedown, especially now that we drew the land. So I think that's going to be my play. I'm not interested in him making a bunch of chumps. I think now the counter going on the Raptor is pretty appealing because I know he's going to put a lot of ground idiots into play this game. So it'll lose me a damage this turn, but it'll gain me damage in the long run, I think. I am just going to kill this immediately. Not interested in that, staying around. And like I said, I think in the long run this will net me more damage. Yeah, I agree. That is very likely the case, is that blue cards are probably just not even worth it. But we're going to keep doing it for a few more rounds before we make any adjustments. Okay, so I think we're just going to kind of start going in on this Raptor. Puts him on a 2-turn clock in the air. Raidane coming in. Yep. Innkeeper is fine. Second Innkeeper, okay. A little annoying. Sure. Now I can just double block this, which actually seems not terrible. I could also just let it hit and then put a counter on the Raptor and keep it back to block, which is another kind of interesting thing. Let's see. Because Raidane is kind of interesting because they do play a lot of like 4 or 5 mana things, although he has 1,000,000 mana. So maybe I'm just supposed to get that off the board. My gut is telling me, though, that I should maybe just put a counter on the Raptor and block, especially with these Anthem effects. I'm going to want my flyers. I'm going to no block. I might be wrong, but we also have these absences, I guess, that can deal with it, so. Boom. Combat to you. I think I'm just going to send. Well, now. So now that. I guess I can just absence that thing, and maybe that's just going to be good enough. Maybe I'm just okay with that. It does put him on a 2-turn clock. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, I agree, Mitch. Let's go for the 2-turner. 2-turner, assuming he doesn't draw a creature. But that's fine. Okay, well, at least he had to pay 7 mana for that, so it's not the end of the world. And then when he tries cloning that token, we just kill the chariot. Gain 2. You got it. Actually, I think the smartest play is when he tries to clone the token, I kill the token. Because it has to target, right? Pretty sure it does. Clones a target token. So I'm going to let him attack here. Boom. Not interested in any of that, opponent. And then no blocks. Could I hit a land for lethal, please? Nope, this deck doesn't draw lands. They don't exist. Okay, so now I'm going to put the counter on the Raidane. Counter on the Raidane, Portable Hole, one of the Innkeepers, I think, just to mitigate life gain. I don't think they're going to be relevant, but they could be. Could also hole a token, I suppose, but Maybe I should have hold the token and then attacked on the ground with certainly this, probably everything. In fact, I just missed lethal. Oops. Whatever, we'll be all right. I don't think it's particularly going to matter. But that was certainly not well played on my part. Yeah, no, the attack was still definitely good. We still had lethal here if I would have thought about it. I could have hold here, absence there, attacked all, and I think I had lethal, or maybe I was one short, but he would have had to block. Whatever, we're totally fine. I'm going to eat an innkeeper. Ren does not matter really at all. He's going to pop a clue, try and see if he can draw anything. Sure. Yep. 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 We should be good. Should be good here. Apparition gains a life. Sure. Fine by me. You got the Raidane. Tries crewing up. I'll kill it. Get out. And that, I'd imagine, is lethal. Yeah. All right. It's a good game one for us against green-white cards. This card's good. This card's good. I think this is awkward because I kind of want takedown, and I also want more blue mana potentially. Maybe we're not supposed to bring in that many blue cards, but I feel like all of them are like pretty good. Yeah, I'm still gonna bring in a good amount of the blue cards here. I think it's kind of weird. Maybe we just don't want absence. Maybe absence is bad. Absence seems pretty terrible, actually. I think I'd rather just counter the cards. Okay, now this time, because I'm going to keep takedown and disruption in my deck, I am going to trim some lands. I think this time it's finally an excusable position to make that decision. You don't need takedown if that's the choice. Potentially. I think I still like takedown, though, personally. Because they are playing like Scute Swarm and things. I'd like to be able to take that down. That's just an easy thing to kill with takedown. I can't imagine Scute Swarm gets cut. Portable Hole seems horrible. That should not be in the deck here. Do I also want negates? Takedown versus planes is much closer. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is. It is closer for sure. I think I'm going to cut some of these and bring in a couple more blue. In fact, these are not good. I'm just going to bring in negates and a couple strokes, and we're going to see how this goes. Takedown versus planes is certainly close, Mitch. I do agree. I think this hand is good enough. It's not exciting, but it is, in my opinion, good enough. That was a fairly good draw. Okay. Does it put it in tapped? No, it just puts it on the battlefield. That's pretty gross. Gonna play this. Gonna put the counter on the chaplain. And just gonna say go. Hopefully they don't have double land chariot here, but if they do, they do. There's one. There's a Scute Swarm. That's fine. We can beat that one just fine. Yep, no blocks. Ooh. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. Do we want to hide the blue? Probably. Opponent hasn't... I don't know that opponent has even seen anything blue out of us yet, so I'm pretty okay with hiding. I think we want to do the Spellbinder play because they can cheat in a land here, and I don't want to leave up Counterspell this turn, so I think I want to do this. It also just gets a flying threat into play. Seems a little better than Raydane. Okay. Wow, that's a pretty good hand for sure. The Yasharn is quite annoying getting the lands. So maybe I'm actually supposed to take the Yasharn because you can actually get the Scutes. You can just get up to 6 mana with the Yasharn. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to try and play through a Chariot. That's fine. Counter here is just going to go on Chaplain of Alms. And we're going to send it. The reason I'm doing this is next turn I can put another counter on Chaplain of Alms and then just hold the Chariot back. I don't even have to deal with it, which seems good. Sure, you have a 1-1. Yep, you have a Chariot. Congratulations. We'll take... Okay, I'm pretty surprised he didn't offer a trade there, to be honest, but... Could Apparition the Chariot and hold up Concerted Defense. I could also just play another flyer and hold up Concerted Defense. I think I like playing another flyer and then just putting a counter here and just holding that Chariot back and then hitting him for 3 in the air here and then 6 in the air on the following turn and then dead on the turn after that. Go. Yep. Yep. Sure. And sure. He's already played a land. He can put another one in. Does that copy the Scute Swarm yet? Is it at 6? Unfortunately, yes. So that's pretty bad. And then he's probably going to fire this up and suicide it in and clone the Scute Swarm. Yep. Pretty bad for me, for sure. Wow. Oh, that's how they play. Okay, they drew another Yasharn. I was wondering how they did all that. That makes sense. Okay, so we're not going to win if my opponent is able to gain life, so I think I actually need to Apparition off the Innkeeper here. He can have as many Scute Swarms as he wants. If he's not gaining life, I still hopefully can kill him in the air, potentially. 5, 6. If I draw a Maul, that would be lethal next turn. So yeah, let's... I guess putting it on the Vigilant creature is technically the best, so we'll do that. Not sending that. Sending this is pretty much worthless. Let's just do this. Yep. 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 1,000,000 Scute Swarms. Yep. So many Scutes. They're everywhere. I assume he attacks all. That makes sense. We're going to just put our first striker there. And we're just going to try and preserve life as best we can. We're going to eat a token Scute Swarm. And we're going to take all the rest. And I think we're still... Oh, we drew them all. So sometimes you draw them all and you kill people, I guess. Put a counter here, I guess. Completely around. Boom. All right. So Maul the Skyclaves coming through in the clutch right there. I think we were maybe okay anyway, but it was certainly going to be close. So we're 3-3, back to 500, back to one win away from Diamond. Let's go ahead and update that record here for us all. All right. Can we get above 500 with this deck? That is the question. So smart. Had it. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. That was not it. Not quite what we wanted to draw, but we'll take it. Looks like we might be playing a mirror. So we'll have to see how this version does against normal mono white. Whetstone White versus not Whetstone White. Well, we're just going to Fateful Absence this. He can have a clue. Ray Dane's actually nice, because that's going to make every land in his deck enter tapped, which means he can't play a 3-drop here, which I like quite a bit. I would like my hand to not get spellbound this turn. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to play white. I'm going to play that Ray Dane. We're going to punch for 1 again. Just send my opponent back on mana, which seems very good. Claps for Dykeman. Thank you very much, Teddy. Appreciate the claps. All right, opponent popping clues. So that's not good for them. Okay, that's going to stay in my hand. We're not playing that as a land. We're going to play this. And he's had enough. Okay. Well, game 1 went very nicely. This is going to be insane. This is going to be great. The Maul's going to be great. The blue cards are nonsense here. So, what don't we like in the mono white mirror? Chaplain of Alms really seems kind of bad. We have a lot of 3-drops, which is kind of gross in an aggro mirror. So maybe we're actually supposed to trim like Spellbinder or something. Especially on the draw, because they can Spellbind me first. Mine will mostly be trading with theirs. Fateful Absence is really awkward. I'd kind of rather just have like good removal. But cutting removal in the mirror is probably nonsense. So my gut's telling me cut these for the CMC reason, mostly. And I think I'm going to go down one of these. Maybe one Usher, actually. One Usher could go as well, because it lines up so badly if they're playing Chaplain. Yeah, let's do that. Turns out the only thing we needed to get in the win column with this deck was play the mirror. Yeah, this hand is fine. I'm going to lead here. Mostly because I don't want that entering tapped on turn 2. I'd like to be able to play 2 1-drops if we draw another one. It's a little awkward. I have to do this one first. Now, and the reason this is awkward is if he has a Ray Dane. There's some argument to just play this here and start getting combats with this, but I could just be patient with it and just hold this. So I guess, yeah, we're just going to put this in a hole. Maybe the hole was bad, though, because if he has Apparition, that's pretty bad for me. Yep, there's Spellbinder. That's fine. I have a ton of good cards in my hand, so I really don't care. They take the Raidane. Yeah, that's what I was about to say I thought they would take. So which card do we want to take with Mr. Brutal Cathar? Or sorry, which spell do we want to play? But I think it's Brutal Cathar. I think I just want to get this off the board. Next turn I can pass turn, make it night, and then can Fateful Absence them and try setting up a double spell later. You kick that. Opponent conceding the game. All right, that's aggressive, but we'll take it. We're to diamond. We have a winning record. Thank you, mono white opponent. Appreciate that. Alrighty. Not too bad. I enjoy wins. Seemed definitely like an early concession to me, but what do I know? All right. Let's hop in another one. Not historic. There we go. White was indeed real open, Matt. That's funny. White was indeed real open. We're on the draw. It's tempting to keep a hand like this, but it's probably wrong. We're just going to ship it. All right, we'll definitely keep this. Do we want this or do we want the third land? That's the question. Am I playing against another aggressive strategy? Even if I weren't against aggressive strategies, Ag's a thing. I think I'm just going to get rid of a land. It's supposed to be the white source here, or not. It's supposed to be that land because I want to go 1-drop into 2-drop with this hand, and with that land I can't do that. And we don't need blue in game 1 anyway, so... Okay, I'm assuming that this actually might be the blue-white Epiphany deck with that lead. Assume we are playing against blue-white Epiphany, but we will find out shortly. Nope, I lied. We're playing against white-green stuff, I guess. Playing this. I'm going to try putting the counter on the Usher if my opponent allows. I feel like they might have a Fateful Absence here with this pause, which I guess is fine for me because we need to hit lands right now anyway. He's going to Fateful this. Yep. Sure. Yep. Okay. So we didn't draw land, but I can just throw this in a hole, which is what I'm going to do. We're going to throw this in a hole, and then we're just going to play a Raptor. Start getting in there in the air. Opponent missed a land too, so that's pretty good for us. Okay. They drew theirs, so hopefully I can draw mine. All right, well, it enters tap, but it is a land, so I'm not going to complain. All right, now the real question is, do we want to just make a 1-1 here? I think the answer is yes. Let's just get the value off this. I can play Chaplain later. That's unfortunate, because that's going to be a Chariot, I think. Oh, it's Sigarda. What does this one do? Humans you control get +1/+1. Flying Trampler. Whenever it attacks, 3 or more creatures with different powers. Look at the top 5. Strong card. Okay. We are going to Spellbind. Okay. That is a really solid hand. Whenever a land, create a 1/1. That card is a huge issue if he hits a land here, but this card's also an issue, kind of. I guess it's not that bad because if he attacks, I just can eat his thing. Let's just take this. This seems too bad to let him have. And I think here, no attacks, obviously. Sure. Interesting. Oh, I see. Because he can Snakeskin Veil and protect it is why he's attacking. Okay, this is fine. I'm just going to try and race. This is a pretty aggressive attack, really, being at 13 life. Just going to play this on white. And I think we're just going to swing with a fly. We're going to Spellbind. And I believe we're going to take this borrowed time. I don't want him to have answers to these flyers. So we're getting to a point where we're just going to all-out attack. Yeah, you can put that away. Put that away, sir. Crash for 4. Just 4. We'll leave the ground pounders for an all-out attack for next turn. Don't really understand what the pause is here. They can't do anything, so they could Snakeskin Veil for like no reason, but that'd be a horrible play. Yep. Take 4 damage, play this Chaplain, your turn. They probably just play Adeline. Yep. And then they probably don't attack. Okay. Let's draw a card. It seems like a reasonable start here. Okay, that'll be good with the... Hey, thanks a lot, Kurt, for liking the stream. Really appreciate that. I think... So let's see, what happens if we attack all out? So if we attack all out, obviously I'm going to make a 1-1 there. He's going to block 3-1 with the 5-5, block 2-1 with the 3-3, block 1-1 there, takes 3, 4, 5. He takes 5 damage, and I think that sets up a lethal all-out attack with my flyers next turn. So I'm going for it. I think it's the only way we're going to win this game. 4, 9, 12, and he doesn't have lethal on the swing back either, even with the counter. Even with a counter from Snakeskin Veil, he won't, because I can make a 1-1 here. Which I'll wait until he declares blocks to make that 1-1 at least. Although, I suppose I could just do it now. He doesn't really have to respect anything. He can't afford to anyway. We aren't. How are we in a world where 1-2 fly? Connor. Yeah, you're probably right, Connor. It's probably not, but here we are. This is Whetstone White. We got to play all of Whetstone's cards. I said 10 matches. We're almost done with 8. Once we're done with the 10th, I'll start making changes. I want to play his deck as is for at least 10 matches. Why are we doing 10? Well, who knows? That's just what I came up with. Okay. And Chaplain of Alms. Go ahead, opponent. As long as my opponent does not hit a land drop for the borrowed time, we should be in pretty good shape. Or play another flyer. That's fine because I only need to all-out attack with flyers here. And I have blocks, so we should be good. Yes. Yes. Well, there's no real reason to not block. There's no real reason to block either. The game's over, but we'll block. Play this. Fire this. Swing only the flyers. Boom, boom, boom. Hit you for exacts. And we'll go to game 2. Tight one there. Can't be disrespecting the homie Suntail Hawk. That's true. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss something, and we still wouldn't even put Suntail Hawk in our draft decks. Believe it or not, Dalloway, Battlefield Raptor was quite good in that limited format, actually. But there were a lot of good equipments. The 1-mana 1-power flyers have been pretty okay in the last few sets, as far as limited goes. This is getting I don't actually what does that mean, Mitch? This is getting what? Sisyphean? Oh, sure. You were probably talking about one of my spellbinders, I assume. Okay, so we're playing against some sort of human deck. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Not interested in the counter spells here. On the draw again, I think I'm pretty comfortable with going down on some number of 1-drops. The question is Chaplain better or is Usher better? Honestly, Usher is probably better because it attacks harder. Usher getting in 1 extra point that game may have literally been the difference. Obviously, we won for exact damage, so something like that could happen again. And then 1 other cut. It's probably supposed to be a 3-mana spell. I think I want all the answers, especially on the draw. I'm going to go down to Raydane. They're not playing Snowlands. They're not playing Chariot. So typically Raydane's going to just kind of be a 2-3 Vigilant Flyer, which is still obviously okay, but we're going to go down 1. Well, this hand is atrocious. Thank God we're playing 3 Suntail Hawks. I think after your 10 matches, we got to make room for the 4th. Yeah, dude, I agree. We probably do need the 4th. I'm going to keep this. I guess I didn't bring in blue cards, so I'm just going to get rid of this. It's pretty irrelevant which land goes to the bottom, I think, but keep going up with the blue-white deck even though you don't know why I really want to. Yeah, that's true. Shit. Oh, that's funny. All right. What 2-drop do you got for me to Pourable Hole? Yep, that's a good one to Pourable Hole. Okay, that's a good one to Brutal Cathar. But I might actually Spellbind first in case he has that 4-drop Angel again. I'd really like that to not hit play. And honestly, if he sent that, I would probably trade. Being that I was on the draw. But okay, so he's not casting that anytime soon, and I can Fateful Absence it when he does, so I'm not super concerned about that. I think I'm going to just take the second Aspirant here. think I like that. Certainly not going to be the fateful absence. And if he offers the trade here, I will absolutely take it. Yep. No attacks. Sure, that makes sense. I think I am probably going to just go double aspirant myself and see what my opponent wants to do about that. They're probably going to play their own absence on one of them. Play another white source, which bodes well for the Brutal Cathar, as we'll be able to land that without our opponent being able to deal with it, as far as I know. Aspirant, aspirant. I think I'm going to go one counter on Spellbinder, one counter on another aspirant if he leaves me with both aspirants. So he's leaving me with both aspirants. So that's almost tempting to... You know, I think it's still here. I think it's one here and one here. And then I think I'm just going to pass turn because I'm still interested in the trade if he's interested in letting me have that. And I'm also fine with this play. Yeah, I'm fine with all of this. None of that's bad for me. I'm fine with getting 2 counters every combat. Yep, you got it. When this enters the battlefield, sure. Yep, no blocks. I think it's time to get this in play. We're going to eat that aspirant. And then I'm going to put 2 counters on the small one here. And we're not going to attack. Because, again, I'm fairly interested in having the option to trade. Because we might need a fateful absent. Oh, that's disgusting. Surprised they didn't attack, though, to be honest. Okay, well, I can play Raidane, and I can leave up Fateful Absence, which I guess is the play. I can also leave up Papa Clue. And I think I'm just going to start loading up my flyer. Pretty confusing that they didn't send this. Creatures, yeah, whatever. Do you have a land too? Sure. Yep. This is fine. I'll be killing the adversary with this absence for sure. Yeah, I respect that. That's a smart play. I really don't understand why I mean, I'm going to continue to not absence if he's just going to give me the opportunity to draw a card. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, that's good. That is good. The question is, do I want to play that this turn? It gives my guys +2/+2. So I won't have absence, but that might be okay. Pretty interesting turn here. We can kick this twice, which makes this a 6/7. Then we put 2 counters on it. That makes it an 8/9. He's going to be able to play this next turn and put 2 counters here, and maybe he'll finally figure out how to attack. So I think, actually, I think the discipline play is just play this with 1 counter. Because I would like to play it this turn, I think. And yes, that makes it obvious that I have an answer, but I think that's okay. And I'm actually just going to do it right now. And the reason I'm going to do it right now is we know that he might be playing Snakeskin Veil. We saw that game 1. So I'm just going to get that out of here right now. And we're just going to keep crushing him with a Raidane. Sure. Yep. That's a Maul. You got it. Raidane is getting too big too fast for that to matter at the moment. Honestly, Maul was probably bad sequencing there. He was probably supposed to... Okay, that's a really good draw. So if I hole here on the Aspirant... Now this says first strike. So he could first strike the lifelink guy, which would de-anthem my things. What happens if I like put 2 counters over there? He gets to go block there, block one of those, and it wouldn't be lethal. So I think I'm pretty comfortable then with just continuing to load the Raidane. Sure. Yep. A-okay with me. Also A-okay with me. All right, our opponent is in massive trouble now. They're going to have to block my Raidane with this, so now I'm going to get to send this in. Maybe not this turn, because this anthems his team. I am going to put the counters here, though. I'm also not going to show him that I drew a land. I don't think there's a huge reason to do that. Boom, boom. Just send here, let him chump. And we're just going to keep loading up this adversary now. My opponent is in a spot where they're, at the moment, they're going to have to keep moving the Maul. To block the Raidane, which is a fine position. I mean, that's just my opponent in the Abyss while I continue to make my board better and better every turn. Next turn, I'll actually have a good all-out attack because the creatures are only 1/1s. I guess technically he can flip the farmhand. Why in the world? Yeah, I was about to say, please send into my 9/10. Love it. Yep. Well, how's that for a draw? Don't hate that at all. All right, so do I just put 3 here? I think I like that, and then I send them both. I don't want to let this really... I don't want to lose any of the aspirants. I think this is the best play. So if I send those, he goes block here, has to chump here. Yeah, just do that. And then I'll gain 9, which seems pretty good here. Opponent is literally going to need a sweeper to win this game. I can't imagine they win it any other way. Yep, that isn't how you win. They pop the clue and then equip the Maul, I assume. Sure, that's fine. Sure. Sure. What? About to say, send it. Let's go. Well, that's another flyer, so I think that's just where all these counters are going to go. My opponent's in the Abyss here. I still don't really want to offer these for that. So he would go block here, block here. He gets to gain 5, so I can't make this lethal in any way. I'm just going to do this. Yeah. Opponent's had enough. Makes sense. All right. Well, now we're 2 above 500 with Whetstone White. Let's go. 5-3. Deck is busted. Absolutely busted. And for anyone new that just joined in, thanks a lot. I'm going to real quick, just if you enjoy the content today, you can come check us out. I play for Swish Gaming on YouTube. Check us out. Website, swishgaming.com. We write a lot of articles over there, a lot of content. If you're interested in more information about the team, go over there. You can follow us on Twitter at @TheSwishGaming, Facebook, Swish Gaming, and Twitch, @TheSwishGaming as well. For anyone new that just joined, I'm going to go ahead and kind of show you what deck we're on real quick. It's called Whetstone White because my buddy Jonathan Whetstone made the deck. He wanted me to test it for him. Basically, it's mono white, but we're playing some blue lands for blue cards in the sideboard, some counter spells, things of that nature. That's pretty much the gist of it. We're 5-3 so far today. The deck has felt fine. Nothing too impressive, even though I just said it was busted a minute ago. That was a joke. And yeah, we're gonna play a couple more matches, and then we're gonna do some edits. So I said earlier today that I'm gonna play 10 matches with this before I change it at all, and that's what I'm gonna stick to. So here we go. We already have as many. Oh, I need to transition this over. There we go. I hadn't transitioned my record all day. That's really funny. I was still at 0-1. We're not 0-1. We're 5-3. And so, what will we be playing against this round? We've played against a fairly good mix of things so far today, which is nice. Yesterday was a lot of control mirrors in the early portion of the day, which was kind of boring for some viewers, especially Teddy. If he's still here, shout out to him. He didn't think blue mirrors were interesting. All right, opponent, let's go. We don't have all day. All right. Seems pretty bad. I'm not willing to keep a one-lander. This hand looks good, though. So the real question is, do we want both these 3-drops? Do I want the adversary? Do I want absence? You know what? Screw it. Who needs removal? He's playing blue. All right. He might not be playing blue. That may have been aggressive, but whatever. I want to keep my threats. Yeah, against mono green, that's not going to look like a particularly good decision, but fortunately we just drew an apparition, so that's nice. I think I want to just start maximizing the counters from Luminarch, Aspirant, and this will save this for later if we flood and draw a bunch of lands. Hope my opponent doesn't have a removal spell for the Aspirant, but if they do, it's whatever. Yep. Troll, sure. I imagine they probably attack. Oh, do they have the fight spell too? That's absolutely disgusting. Oh. Is that... You can do that at any time. I'm curious why they would do that there. Maybe they're trying to bluff a Snakeskin Veil. They also might just have one. In any case, I'm going to play a Spellbinder here 100%. I just want to see what my opponent has. We get a flyer into play so we can start pressuring with this flyer. I'm going to start loading counters on the flyer because that's typically how you beat green with mono white is you fly over them. I feel like there's a Snakeskin Veil in this hand with them seeming to have priority here. Come on, opponent. Let's go. What do you have? I want to see your hand, please. Yep. Ranger class Snakeskin Veil. Well, let's see. Making Veil 3 mana is interesting with the Apparition, but honestly, I can just Apparition the Ranger class if he plays it for 4 mana, so I'm just going to take this because you can't Snakeskin Veil an enchantment. So we're going to go here. And we're just going to say go for it, opponent. And we'll take a crunch for 4, I assume. Yep. Oh, that's a pretty annoying draw, but whatever. We'll still have plenty of game with this aspirant. Yep. This is an aggressive play to just tap out, though, and not leave up the Snakeskin Veil. Yeah. Although maybe they don't particularly value it because Apparition here is probably better than on this still anyway, which is probably what I'm going to do. I don't want him to be able to level this up twice and then I just lose the game to this card. So I'm going to Apparition that, and then I think I'm going to put a counter on the Apparition probably. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it'll go on the Aspirant. We'll figure that out in a second. We're going to play this. We're going to do this. We're going to hit the Ranger class because I can't beat this leveling up twice. Now the question is, where is the counter supposed to go? It's kind of awkward to block next turn anything because of the Snakeskin Veil regardless of where I put this counter. I suppose I'm probably more willing to trade. I guess I'm more willing to trade the Apparition for a 2/2 and a Snakeskin Veil because he'll get a 2/2 back, but then I can like start loading up flyers and things or this big lifelinker. So let's do that. Let's still not attack. I would like my opponent to fade or to miss, I guess. I would like to fade. All right, that's fine. That counts, I guess. I really need to dodge like Chariot and stuff there. Yeah, this is a good attack from my opponent, definitely. I am like I said, I'm gonna trade this in for that Snakeskin Veil. I'm fine with that because now if I draw another Apparition, then I can just eat his troll. And this basically, I mean, he keeps the same thing, but next turn I can just play this and this. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna hold this. Next turn we can kick it twice, which will be pretty good. Play this. I don't think I'm supposed to play the Protector's Shield. There's like some argument for it, but seems worse than the alternative. Radane's already a good blocker, so I'm just going to put a counter here. If my opponent misses one more time, I think we're in pretty good shape. It's a very close game, though. I really need him to miss. Yep, enters tapped. Fire that up. Yep. Yep. Taking it all. Okay. Play this on white. Kick this twice. Counter is probably going to go on the Raydane because that's how we're going to win the game. And it's going to be a pretty quick clock, really. Could put the counter on the lifelinker too. But I think I'd rather just put it on the Raydane. Let's just make this a 3-turn clock, right? Close to a 3-turn clock at least. Especially with, yeah, it's a 3-turn clock, so. Sure. I think we can still beat that. You got it. This turn, I'm more interested in blocking with Cave than attacking with Cave. Let's go to combat here. I need to be smart about where this counter goes. Because I have a Raptor now, there's technically no need to put it on the Raydane. And so I'm actually, just to defend my life total a little more, I'm almost more tempted to put it here. I'm going to put it there. And I'm going to send for 5, and we just need to really dodge like a removal spell. If my opponent doesn't draw a removal spell, I think they're dead. Renin 7 would be annoying, but I think we could still maybe beat it. Battle Rap, no, I don't like it on the Raptor there, Whetstone. We don't need to put it on the Raptor. We already have good blocks on the Chariot. Well, I mean, yeah, that's literally the only card they could draw there that would win them this game, so that's pretty annoying. But whatever. It's fine. I guess they could have drawn Inscription as well, but pretty stupid. To be fair, I guess they had whiffed the last couple turns, so pretty annoying. All right, we're going to do that. The question here is, do we want blue against mono green? A lot of these cards are good against mono green. The question really is just, do we want the blue against them? I'm not really sure if that's the game plan we want to be on. I think that's not the game plan we want to be on. I think we just want to still be aggressive, especially on the play. Maybe we can consider it in post-board games, but I don't know. Being able to counter Chariot is pretty important, though. So it's possible that we do just still want that. So against mono green, we're going to be cutting some 1-drops here, I'm pretty sure. Which is awkward because we want to be really aggressive, but maybe adversaries get cut? I don't know. This is tough. I'm pretty sure I want all the 3s. They're all good. They're all good. It's one problem with this deck is we almost have too many good 3s. I'm out of my class meeting now, so I can finally hear those dulcet tones. Hello, Steven. What's going on, Connor? It's good to see you, man. I'm glad you're out of class. How was class today? I think these are terrible. I don't even care that it's a 1-drop. I just think it's not a good card here. I do think I want the flyer just on the sole basis that it flies. And I think I have enough removal that I can trim one of those. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yep, keeping this. Not even a question. This hand is about as good as it gets. We're gonna play. Yeah, I mean this is what mono white wants to do right here. I'm gonna put the counter there and just slam. Thankfully, no class, so I just had a project meeting. Play Moto for the next few hours. Awesome, man. Sounds like a good time. I'm actually just going to play the Raidane here to make their lands enter tapped and to also make Chariot cost 1 more mana. I think I also might put a counter on the Raidane because that will protect it from Blizzard Brawl at the moment. It seems pretty good to me. So I think I'm going to go for that. And I am going to offer the trade. The trade is fine. Cutting them on mana when I have a Raidane already taxing the heck out of them seems really good. Yeah, he was not interested in the block, which is good for me. Yep, you got it. That's fine. I don't care about your old Goth Troll, man. You got it, man. Let's do this first before we figure out how we want to do our combat. How have you felt about not being able to play Faceless Haven so far? It's awful. If I'm going to be honest, it's not good. Faceless Haven's a pretty important card, man. 2 more to cast. 2 more to cast. Yeah, let's I think I just want to take... Maybe I want to take the Sculptor of Winter and not let him set up land like mana. Ranger, he's not really in a position to be Ranger classing. He's pretty far behind. Although it does let that stupid troll attack in pretty well. He can play it and then level it up and attack with troll. So maybe that's actually the take. Sure. I changed my mind. Combat. We're just going to put a counter here and hit him in the air. Boom. This, go. Damn it, Whetstone, lol. Yeah. Damn it, Whetstone, indeed. Here we are. Redane, you just said one more. Just oh, sure. Yeah. I meant two more. Well, takedown's pretty darn good here. So if I take this down, then I'm going to have really good attacks. Kill this. I think my opponent is just dead. Right, because if I put a counter here, he's not quite dead. I don't think there's no way I can divvy these up where he's dead, but I can put a counter here, and that forces the blocks on both of those, which essentially is lethal. Just make sure I'm doing my math correctly. 3, 7, 10. Yeah, he has to block both of those, which means the aspirant's a free attack. Yep. Rating, yep. Still the same on the chat over there. All right. Do we want to change things on the draw? Part of me is a little interested in this card on the draw over like Usher the Fallen. But it's possible we just want to get on the board and stay somewhat aggressive to kind of make these all these 3-drops, like way better. The apparitions and the Cathars are a lot better if you have creatures in play, obviously. So I think we're just going to stay with what we've got. Yeah, I've got 2 lands. That's a really good draw. Really good draw, because I definitely wanted to get a threat into play. Now, the Raptor is going to be a lot better at just getting damage in, no matter what 2-drop if my opponent plays the 3/3 specifically, then I will have wished that I didn't play Usher. So I think I'm going to get the Raptor going. Also, if I draw a second land, then I can play this and put a counter on the Raptor, which is exactly what we want to do. Yep. It's an unfortunate draw there. Okay, so yeah, I think I would like this to be a removal spell, but especially drawing another removal spell, we'll just play it there, hit for 1, go ahead. Yep. No blocks. Okay, well that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. All right, the question becomes, do we want to play around Snakeskin Veil? Are we supposed to play around Snakeskin Veil? Well, if they have the Veil, that's almost certainly just going to win them the game if I don't play around it at all. But it's pretty tough because I'm in a bad spot to a lot of things. Playing this and putting a counter on the Hawk, attacking for 4. This triggers if you have power 6 or more. We're going to go with this play. Not sure about that one. That's close. Noah wants to cube tonight too. Nice. Double Ranger class. All right, so that's a good thing that he swung with that because that's an obvious signal that he does not have Snakeskin Veil. He's also just trying to race, but okay. So we're gonna play this. We're gonna eat the 3/3. Play this combat. He would probably want to kill this anyway. How much damage do we get in if we put it on the flyer? We can swing for 5. He can level these up and put counters places anyway, so like leaving up, doing the whole blocker plan isn't particularly good. Maybe I'm greedy. You have to be ahead to play around that. They probably won't have it anyways. That's fair. That is fair, Mitch. Okay. I think that's a win for me, honestly. Usher wasn't doing much, so I'm fine with that. Yep. Probably just going to level those up twice. Yep. Okay. Okay, so this turn, I definitely need to just hold up 2 kill spells, I think. So, we're going to do this one here. And then we're going to probably just Fateful Absence this right now. I'm dead to a Froghemoth anyway, if that came in. Which definitely might have. Put the counter there, hit everybody. And opponent is dead to the Battlefield Raptor getting a counter next turn. So let's see if we can win here. Yeah, that doesn't beat this Battlefield Raptor. That also does not beat my Battlefield Raptor. So Battlefield Raptor, standard playable confirmed. Standard playable confirmed, I think, in this game. Just beat the best deck. How could it not be good? Good game indeed. All right. That makes us 6-3 on the day with this deck. We're going to do one more match with the deck as is. And then we're going to make some changes. And we'll play until 4 o'clock with the changes. Who's laughing at Battle Raptor now? Yeah, not that guy. He just got put in his place by Battlefield Raptor. Taught him a lesson. I'm sure Brandon still is. Yeah, he probably is. Probably is. All right, let's transition that over. Okay. Let's go ahead here and do one more match with the deck as is. Class is in session. Yes, it is. Battlefield Raptor. The Battlefield Raptor school of aggression. Well, we do have 2 lands, and we have 2 Battlefield Raptors, so we can't lose, I guess. In all seriousness, though, I do think this hand is good enough. We can go Takedown on 1, Double Raptor on 2, Skyclave or Spellbinder on 3, assuming we hit all land drop. So I am going to keep this. Mono White Mirror? Yep. If only you knew, opponent. Battlefield Raptor. Better than this shit. Probably not true, but... Yep. Yep. Okay. So... I think I just want to get my own Aspirant going. If they have an Apparition, we can Apparition the Apparition to get a 2/2 out of it too, which is not terrible. Fateful Absence is totally fine. Did they miss a land? If they missed a land, that's like really good. Sure. I don't even like that, to be honest. I think he's supposed to put another counter on the pup, but maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, I think we're just going to Apparition this off the board. I think I have to. Can't keep letting him get that advantage. The good news is we get to play 3 first strikers next turn, so we are going to kind of gum up. Yeah, I mean, I assume... I mean, what do you even take here? Like, the Raptors are really good, actually, to block that as well, so... We're just going to kind of gum up the board with Battlefield Raptor, I guess. This is actually going to be a very long game, I think. We're in for a long one here. Yep. Okay. Gonna do this. Play 3 1-drops. Go ahead, opponent. Am I willing to attack? Am I willing to trade this 3/1 for a 2/2? Probably not with Battlefield Raptors in play. I just think this card kind of does nothing. So. Sure. It's pretty annoying. Doggo is going to get in there again. But that's fine. I think I'm just going to take the damage. I want all my first striking idiots still. I've already got my mana tied up for this play. So we're just going to take 4, go to 7. All right. Drawing spells would be cool. We're going to do this. That's a big yikes. This card is going to be a... Well, I guess actually with his power, the way his power setup is right now, he has all 4 power creatures, so the Coven is not going to happen for a while. Still not really interested in attacking. We kind of just need to draw our own Intrepid Adversary. This is just going to come down to top decks. A classic aggro. Aggro mirror. Alright, I'm about sick of that dog, man. Oh, wow. Okay, I think we need to trade this off. I suppose I could just take 5 again as well. You know what? I'm going to take 5 again. I'm trying to play to Intrepid Adversary, so that ain't it. Probably just going to pop my clue. That, however, is pretty good. So let's do this. And I'm pretty tempted to just eat Doggo because it's going to make Coven a lot harder for him. Obviously, I can eat this to get rid of the Anthem. But the dog is like still an issue. if I get rid of the adversary. Yeah, it's just a wild Nicodle. Stream is starting to make me think that I want my 2 Chaplain to be Raptors and my mono white. Yeah, no, Raptor's fine. Raptor is definitely fine. I really can't decide which is the best thing to hit here. This is going to be a huge issue if he draws another land too, but that's going to be an issue regardless. I guess I'm going to take the Anthem. If he sends Dog in, I can double block with like Spellbinder and an Apparition or something. If my opponent, well, Haven's already 4 power anyway, which you can fire up to get Coven at any time, so we'll figure this out. Doesn't this get pro with color? Yeah, our opponent should have definitely just played Raidane as a 2 mana or as a 3 mana 2 power creature there. And now they're... What? What is... Oh, I see, because all my 1 power creatures don't do damage anymore. So that's still a fine play from them. Okay, so my only out is drawing an adversary. If we draw an adversary, we can still do something good. I agree, Whetstone. I really wish I could do that. Epic Walrus, thanks a ton for the follow. Appreciate you. Pikachu appreciates you too. All right. All right, let's do this. I need to make blocks, so I'm just going to block with, I guess, my worst creatures, which are those. This can be rebought. If I draw a land, I can at least do 2 things next turn. So let's do this. I still hate this play, by the way. My opponent just had lethal if they just played that as a 3 mana thing. So obviously, it's still very good as this, but had they played the 3 mana card, they could have just done Coven and chosen Pro White and won the game. But they chose to not do that, so we at least still have a chance. We are in really, really bad shape, but we have a chance. So I forgot you get Ward 1 or whatever with this stupid card too. That's fine. It's not a huge issue. And why are we playing that before firing up Haven? Yeah, my opponent's just doing a bunch of weird stuff. Really just trying to give me a chance, which I greatly appreciate. Opponent, again, had Coven here as well. Honestly, if they ever figure out that they can give their stuff Coven, I'm toast. But maybe someday, you know, maybe they'll just keep missing it, I guess. Okay, so... One power first strike. Oh my god. This is going under the bus. And then I think I'm going to want all my first strikes. So I think I have to block here. I guess I can just double block this. That'll deal it 2 damage. He can technically still give it Pro White, but... Or can he not do that? Choose a color. He can still do that. No, he can't. No, he can't because, yeah. So I guess we'll do that. That's fine. And I need to draw adversary immediately. Oops, indeed. That was an oops. Well, I lose. Pretty annoying. My opponent drew pretty significantly better than me, unfortunately, there. But that's okay. Got some good tools in the board here. Just going to bring in all our sweet good cards out of the sideboard. We're going to ignore all the blue nonsense. We don't want that in an aggro mirror. I believe last time I cut these, and I still am on that plan. I don't think that is particularly good in the mirror. And I think I'm going to go down one of those, and that seems like a pretty clean, easy swap. All right. The only question now is this a 70% deck or is it an 80 or is it a 60% deck? Are we going to win this match or are we going to lose this match? Is Whetstone White a 70%er or a 60%er? Because we're changing it after this round. Yep. It's a solid hand. We need to draw some lands. I'm going to play Usher on one, I think. Just to try and get that extra damage point in. We can play Raptor on two in our tap land if we don't draw an untapped land. Honestly, I mean, that's very likely going to be our play anyway. Because I'm going to hold this in this matchup. I think you definitely want to hold these in the mirror. Sure. Doggo has arrived. All right, well, now I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attack and potentially just make a 1-1. We're at least going to give myself the option to do that. Yeah, so I think 2-for-1ing our opponent here is worth not getting the Raptor. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be good. Yeah, and now we just have a thing to trade with that. I'm really confused as to why you would even put that into play, to be honest. We're going to play this as a 2-3, make all our opponent's lands come into play tapped. I'm not going to attack because I want to just trade with that 3-1. Yep, you got it. Okay. That's pretty annoying. So that kind of explains why he played it then. Okay. I'm just going to keep holding mine. We're going to Apparition, and we're going to Apparition off the Aspirant, I think. And we're going to attack for 2, and we're going to play a Battlefield Raptor. Thank goodness. Yep, we have a Raptor. We can't lose. Have a Raptor, can't lose. Oh, we can lose. We could definitely lose. That's a good one. I'd like to draw my own. That'd be nice. I'd like to draw a spell, to be honest. A spell would be a pretty big game. All right, that counts. I think I'm just going to keep waiting on this. I like this, though. And we are going to put a counter on the Raptor. And we're going to hit. We're going to play this land. We're just going to say go for it. If I draw another land, I can kick the adversary twice, which seems really good. Okay. All right, so worth noting, right now it is night, so this will just be a 3-3, so I need to wait until it goes back to day. So I can just play it and remove this and get all my shit back. So I think we kick this, we let him double spell on his turn, get it back to day, and then I'll play the Cathar to take his Cathar, which will then give me back all the stuff that he puts under it, which seems pretty good. I'm going to kick this, obviously. And then we're going to put another counter on this Battlefield Raptor, and we're just going to keep going to work. Old faithful Battlefield Raptor. Yep. Down to 12 you go. And my Cathar is definitely going to set up a pretty nice blowout if he double spells here. Yep, that's fine. Yep. That's pretty much what we assumed was going to happen. Yep. So now he will flip it to day and then take a thing. I assume he takes the raptor. Yep. And now we take his Cathar. And get my stuff back. I would indeed like to pay a mana. Thank you. I'd like my stuff back. And we're going to put a counter on Raptor again. We have no attacks. Now the question is, do we want to play this or do we want to save it for day-night shenanigans? We might want to save it for day-night shenanigans, so let's just hold it. It doesn't really do anything in play. Sure. Yep. That's a pretty good one. Oh, that's actually just... Does it protect all permanents? God, this card is so annoying. I'm pretty tempted to just put the hole in a hole and then get this back and kick it once to full anthem my board. That seems much better to me than just dealing with random idiot. So I think we're going to do that. Very annoying that I have to pay the ward, or I could double kick this, but here we are. So we'll throw portable hole in a portable hole. We'll get our guy back. We'll kick it. And then we're probably just going to town on this Battlefield Raptor still. Because I think the Raidane... Well, let's see. We could, I guess, just put it on the Raidane. It makes it a better blocker. Gives us a better blocker. Lets us block a Faceless Haven if he decides to get frisky with a Faceless Haven. So actually, we're going to do it here. We're going to attack with both. Just hit him for 6 in the air, it looks like. Or no, 5 in the air, because it's 2 less because of this. Okay. We really need to dodge a way for him to remove my Brutal Cathar, because if he can remove Brutal Cathar, then he can Brutal Cathar another thing. It just all kind of gets annoying from there. There is some argument to play the Chaplain of Alms just as a good chump blocker for the Intrepid adversary, but I suppose I could trade adversaries if I really wanted to, although I don't want to do that. Do the day-night shenanigans actually matter? I think they do. If my opponent doesn't draw a spell, then if this goes to night, and then I can play this and something else if I draw it. So I'm going to just keep being patient. Okay. He's going to portable hole my portable hole to portable hole the raptor. That's hilarious. Actually, he might hit the Intrepid. Yeah, you got to hit the Intrepid. That makes sense. Yep. I think I'm just going to lose a 1-1 here. And I think even if I draw a spell, I'm just going to pass turn so I can set up another flip here, and then I can take his Intrepid adversary. So let's go to combat. Gonna put another one on the Raydane. Mm-hmm. Go. Probably going to be... I'm probably just going to take damage, actually. There's no reason to chump block this. Sure. Yep. You got it. Yeah, I'm just going to no block this. I'm going to keep that apparition. He gains 7, that's fine. Yep, and so now we're going to play this for 4 mana. The land was a really good draw, too, because it actually lets us do the Cathar thing, because we have to pay 1 because of the stupid shield. Go to combat. I think I'm going to spread the love now. I think we're going to spread it around. Just those. Just those. Can't send the Brute because he can fire up a Haven. Okay, trigger this, target the adversary, pay 1. We're in pretty good shape now. We need to dodge a removal for our Brutal Cathar, as has been the story for the last few turns, but opponent's drawing a lot of like good cards, so. Oh, that's disgusting. He'll come back on his next turn. I guess that means he can't attack with it though, right? Or does it? No, it just phases out, so I think it can. God, dude, are you kidding me? At least he can't get anything with this. So that's kind of nice, I guess. It'll get countered by the shield. Sure. Big fan of keeping it for day-night. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Well, I'm going to put a counter on the Raydane. And we're going to get in with these. He shouldn't be able to double spell this turn, obviously. Yep, that's fine. Yep, makes sense. I'm going to block with my Chaplain. I think. I suppose there's a world where I don't block again. Because it's not lethal, so why block? This does give me a play, though. It gives me another flyer, and I believe it's a vigilant flyer, right? Flying first strike, no. I'm thinking of one of the other disturbed dudes. All right. We'll block. So he gains 7. Oh my god, dude. Well, I think we just have to keep loading up. Do we want to keep loading up the Raydane? Maybe not. Maybe we want another one on the Raptor now. Probably want another one on the Raptor. I'm going to buy this back. Don't see a huge reason to not do that. All right, this time I'm going to no block. Are you serious, man? Come on. Can I get a spell, please? um, Well, okay. If I were to send all my flyers, can I not die? He would take 2, 5, 9, go to 4. He'll gain 9 on his turn, go right back to 13. And then he could attack all out. I would have to go block, block. This would do no damage. This would do 2 damage. This would do 1 damage. This would do 3 damage. These do 3 damage, and he can fire both of them up. Yeah, I definitely can't make that play, which really sucks for me. So I think the best thing to do is probably... maybe just the counter on the Ray Dane and attack with that. Putting the counter here gives me some good blocks, though. We're going to use our ropes here. This is a pretty important turn. Oh, this gives me a lot better blocks later in the game, which it may come to. Yep, okay, whatever. I can definitely send the Raptor again. What this is going to come down to is, can I draw another copy of Intrepid? Because at this point, Intrepid is a kick for 3, so I'd give my whole board +3/+3, which is obviously very good. I could also draw another portable hole for his portable hole. Sure. That's a huge problem. Well, there goes my Ray Dane. I guess I block with this. Never mind. There goes this. But... okay. Super annoying with how I just distributed my counter, but whatever. Whatever. All right. We really got to find anything that matters. It's going to give my opponent a card, which is quite annoying, but it's still good. It's still good. I'm not sad about it. All right. So I think I just have to put the counter. So 3, 3, 3. I'm just trying to think about if I can attack, excuse me, with this Raptor or not. It's pretty greedy. Although I have a cave that can fire up, so you know what? We're gonna go for it. We're gonna just... attack with both and see if we can find a way to win. It might lead to my opponent making a mistake. Who knows? I think I'm not dead, though, with 4 blockers and everything getting 1 less power. The 1/1 has no power. The 2/2 only hits for 1. The Havens only hit for 3, which means I can take hits from multiple things. Let's get in for damage. Next turn I can fire up that cave aggressively and maybe we can win this game. Sure. Go. Cave will hit for 2. Raptor hits for... Dude. Alright. Whatever. At least I have 1 too. But I'm a little sick of my opponent drawing as well as they have. I have quite a few more lands than them. The good news, I guess, is we can still fire up this cave. Sure. And get a block. See, I don't like that. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, putting the counter on the thing that if I have the removal spell, I'm obviously gonna blow up. Yeah, you can go to attacks, that's fine. Should really be attacking with all this stuff, yeah. Yep. Okay, well, we have to fire this up. Non-negotiable. And then we need to go to blocks. So these both do 1 less damage to each other. So I kind of just want to put the 3/4 on that. I guess I could also put the 3/4 there. Okay. We're going to eat this. We're going to put this here, I think. And we're going to take 4 and go to 1. Seems like the best play to me. Kind of a tough one to figure out here, but I believe that is correct. And then obviously we're going to Fateful Absence this garbage. Yep. Resolve that, pay that. Okay. Go to 1. See if we can find a way to win. It's going to be very difficult, but certainly possible. Okay, that's pretty darn good. That is pretty darn good. 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So I can kick this 3 times. Okay. Now I can't actually attack with my flyer here because he can move the maul. So I just need to play this, kick it 3 times. Target a creature I control. I think I just want to load up the adversary now. The flyer. I guess if I put the counter on the flyer, it actually kind of puts him in the abyss. Because next turn I can put another counter there. Yeah, let's try that. Go. So stupid, dude. Can we kill the apparition with the cave? We could have, Connor. I kind of liked just letting the apparition hit me, though. Wait, what? What is this all about? Um, Interesting. We can't block that. Block this. Take 7 and gain 5. Take 5. He'll deal 1 less damage. Dude, combat math with this card is just so freaking annoying. Oh, I didn't realize he had this too. Um, Block there. I guess I can chump here, trade here. It's what I have to do. It's very not good, but it's what I have to do. What? Oh. Of course. Why not? Why not draw another land? That makes sense. It's my opponent's like triple adversary draw, multiple portable holes. Good work. All right. That was unfortunate. We lose the white mirror. So we finish this version at 6 and 4, and now we're going to start making some edits. So chat, what are some cards that you would like to see changed in this deck? What are some changes that we should make? Raja, I love how yesterday all you played was control mirrors. Today you switched to white aggro, and every time I hop in, you're playing. Yeah, I guess I just play mirror matches all day. What are some changes we should make, chat? I'll tell you one change we're going to make. We're not playing blue anymore. You know what? I'm just going to open a new. We're going to keep Whetstone White tucked away. And I'm just going to make a new white aggro deck, I think. Please put faceless. Yeah, I know. That is the first thing we are going to put into our deck is Faceless Haven. And then we're going to put Plains in our deck. That's a good start. That is a good start. We're going to find some nice looking Plains. These look good enough. I don't know how many lands these decks play. I'm assuming about 22. Maybe we'll go 23. All right. Usher. Usher of the Fallen, please. Doggo. Is he a hound or a dog? He's a dog. Great. Spirit Dog. We're playing Doggo. Doggo was very impressive against us. I was really impressed by Dog in the match we played. Attack with your 2-1, Steven. I agree. This will hopefully be a 2-1. We're going to get rid of Dog. We're going to just go look at some white cards. I don't like looking at them like that, though. Okay, this is a little better, I suppose. All right. All this stuff is medium. So, part of me is, you know what? Let's do something kind of. I'm fairly this card is interesting if we play enough ones. If you play enough, like if you can double spell enough, this card's sick. Which is somewhat interesting. Do we want to be that low to the ground though? I don't think we do. I think maybe these 8 1-drops might just be good enough. I think that's what we're going to do for now. More world trees. Deck needs more Maskwood Nexus. Yeah, all right. Of course we need more artifacts from Mr. Gingerbrute himself. The Gingerbrute wants to play artifacts. What a surprise. Okay. Obviously, I've been really unimpressed with this card. I think we're going to play like 2. 2's fine. I'm much more interested in just playing... You know what? Screw this. We're playing a mono-white Magecraft deck. This is happening. I thought about it a second ago, and now I'm on it again. And we're just going to do it. I don't even care if it's not necessarily going to be a front runner for the Envy. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a good deck. But we're going to do this. Clarion Spirits, please. We're going to go get Monk of the Open Hand, which was the first time I thought about doing this. We're going to do this. 4 Guiding Voice, absolutely in this deck. 4 of these, absolutely in this deck. More Thraben Inspectors. Yeah, I agree. That's an artifact and a good creature all in one. Clever Luminancer, please. Well, I guess I should select the format we're playing, huh? All right, this gives me a card count, which is nice. All right, so ones. Got a lot of ones here. And this is actually a deck where 4 Fateful Absence will be acceptable because we'll be fast enough that hopefully it won't matter. And maybe this is actually still an Usher deck too because we do want to go wide. We're also going to play Show of Confidence. 4, please. Can we splash Dimir for Siphon Insight? No, we don't. We're not playing any more Siphon Insight today, Raja. Get out. Stop with your Siphon Inciting. These are tempting, but we're gonna play mono white. We're not screwing around with other colors this time. Okay. Are we interested in any more 1-drop creatures? Are any of these good? Like I said, Usher the Fallen is certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. What does this do? Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Does all this trigger? Does this trigger? It has to be an instant or sorcery. Target blocking or blocked. That seems bad. How about you're ambushed on the road? +1/+3. I want better. I'd like better effects if I'm playing pump spells, but I don't necessarily hate more pump spells in this deck. Don't necessarily hate that. Okay, so we're not going to get any more pump spells here. Wait, what is this card here? God, why can we not get a +2 pump spell for 1 mana? What does this do? Kicker? Creatures you control, Dauntless Unity. Nope, doesn't seem very good to me. Are we playing 4 of this? We're not. We're playing 0 of that right now. So let's get those in the deck. I think we'll be able to capitalize on them pretty well. This card might still just be. I don't think we're gonna have that many lands, so we'll stay off that for now. This card's kind of interesting. We find any more like good spells? How about Revitalize? What do we think of Revitalize in this kind of deck, chat? Draw some cards. Instant sorcery to trigger our things. It seems kind of sweet to me. Maybe I've lost it, but it seems kind of sick, actually. 2 mana sucks. I wish it was 1 mana. Revitalize is too deep. Too deep. Mitch thinks it is too deep. How about Study Break? Study Break is actually kind of gas. We can tap 2 things, and we're going to play 4 Study Break. Learn will be sweet. We're going to have some good stuff to learn for. There's a bird that lets us replay spells out of the graveyard, too. Now, that's a card. I agree. I think it is a card. It's definitely a card that we're going to play for a minute until we realize this deck's terrible. I'm also about to blow some mythics on this thing, I think. 0, you may cast target instant or sorcery from your graveyard this turn. If it doesn't, so we can even flashback Study Breaks and target our own crappy things if we have like 1/1 spirits. Yeah, we're gonna play like 3 of this. Chat, we're building mono white feather. Mono white feather. Check your messenger. I just sent you some pack codes. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate that. I'm gonna open them later. I don't feel like chat wants to watch me open packs at the moment. We're building mono white feather. Too busy. Too busy building mono white feather. And in fact, we're just going to change the name of all this. I'm going to edit the header here. Whetstone White will come back another day, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we'll never play Whetstone White again. It might just be mono white next time. Whetstone, it was a cool deck, though. I think it could definitely use some updates. We might come back to it later at some point, but we're going to mono white feather now. Record 0-0 mono white feather. Done here. Transition now. Let's switch the header. So that's your text 2. I need to go to your text 1. And Whetstone White is no more. Mono white feather. Transition that over. Okay. Now, let's see. Do we even want to be a Faceless Haven deck anymore? I mean, maybe. It's going to be kind of awkward. We don't really want... We're going to be really low on the land count in this deck, so I actually might not want them. We might just want to be like 18 planes. I'm here for mono white feather. Yeah, me too, dude. Me too. That's why we're doing it. Let's see. So I think we want to be maybe like... Oh, hold on. I want to add. There we go. We can maybe start with 20 lands. That might be a little high, but that sounds interesting, at least. Faceless Haven kind of sucks because it's a colorless mana source. Maybe I could get away with, like, one of them. Yeah, we're going to play one. We're going to play one copy of Faceless Haven in our mono white feather deck. For those just joining the chat, we've gone off the rails. We're no longer playing Whetstone White. We're going to play mono white feather. I need to go to lands for this. I need to get off white. We're going to play a single copy of Faceless Haven. Also, for those that just joined, thanks a lot. If you want to see more content, if you want to encourage the stream, give my team a follow at YouTube, Swish Gaming, website swishgaming.com, Twitter, The Swish Gaming, Facebook, Swish Gaming, or Twitch. Obviously, we are The Swish Gaming. Okay, so I think one Faceless Haven will suffice. What is a saucy card that we can still play in this deck that would be sweet? Well, let's go back to the white cards, chat. White cards. Can we find anything sick with our white cards here? We would like an instant sorcery or maybe just some random good creature. And what do we want that creature to be? Maybe this card will end up being sick and we'll just want to play 4 of them. But we're going to wait on that. I think I really want another instant or sorcery, to be honest. Can we only do this once a turn? Yeah, activate only once each turn. Funny enough, we can actually flashback Fateful Absences and target our own shit as well. We can, like, flashback an Absent for 0 and hit a Spirit token to draw cards, which is kind of gas. We can also flashback Study Breaks on our opponent's turn, target one of their creatures and one of our irrelevant creatures. This is going to be a fun deck. We're going to get to do some really cool stuff. Let's see here. A Loyal Warhound actually wouldn't be awful in a land light deck either. Might be something we'd look into later. But let's see. We'd also just play like another random 1-drop creature. You know what? Screw it. It's a Battlefield Raptor. Card was sick. It flies. It hits people. Can you change the deck display so your cam isn't covering the list? Yes. Give me... Oh, sure. Duh. Yep. Give me a second here. So that'd be webcam, I think, right? Webcam, No. How do I... That's not what I want to move. Give me a second while I figure out how to move it, but yeah. Actually, what if we do this? There we go. We're playing a Battlefield Raptor. This is happening. It's a one of. Card was so sweet in Whetstone White that we just can't get away. Okay. Now, our sideboard. Well, let's look for some lessons, shall we? Because we have plenty of learn. Is it just lesson? Yes. Okay. And we don't need it to be white. We can hit tons of things. Academic probation. Non-lane card name. Can't cast spell. Oh, that actually seems sick. We can go get this, and we can, if people have things on Foretell, we can like name Epiphany. If we're worried about sweepers, we could name those. It's kind of a random thing to go get. We can also detain a permanent. So that seems kind of neat. Exile target non-land permanent. They get a 3/2. Yeah, whatever. We'll try one of those, I guess. Inkling summoning. Seems pretty medium, but maybe. I'm not going to play the 7-mana one in this deck. We're never going to have enough. This actually seems like a really good expanded anatomy deck. We'll take one of those. We'll want one of these too. Just click that icon in the top right, and the deck will be at the bottom of the screen. Yeah. Yep, that's what we just did. Okay. We're not playing this here. There's no way this deck is reliably casting this card, so I'm not even going to put it in my sideboard. Is there a chance we want 2 copies of any of these? I could definitely see maybe wanting to learn for 2 of this card. This card is very medium. I don't think we're going to want to tutor for 2 of those, but I like the other stuff that's going on. Let's bring up the sideboard here. I guess yeah, there we go. Let's see. So that's kind of our learn package. I think I'm pretty happy with this just being the learn package. And then we can put some other legit cards in our board. How many creatures are we playing? 1, 5, 9, 13, 17, 20. That's a good count. So we're 20, 20, 20. 20 lands, 20 dudes, and 20 spells. Seems like a fairly good split to start with, at least. Let's see. Let's go to white cards again. Now they don't need to be lessons. Let's just look for good, cheap interactive cards, I guess, would be good. I should also do not collected, just in case we're missing any gems here. We can sideboard some portable holes. That seems pretty good. Potentially. I guess for now, let's... what does this do? Choose target attacking or blocking creature. Twice the number of creatures in your party. That sounds terrible, to be honest. What does this do? Oh, this is nice. This is nice. This should maybe be in the main deck, actually. Just a hexproof spell that also pumps us. This seems quite good. I think... Yeah, this is really sick. Maybe we'll have just 4 of these in the sideboard for anything that's trying to interact with us. Kind of like a counter spell, in a way. Could be better than Study Break, but we'll keep the giant learn package. I'm pretty into it. Disenchant. Disenchant is like kind of interesting, I guess. This one's kind of interesting. It's probably horrible, but let's see here. Don't want any of this. Don't want any of that. How many humans do we have? Human, bird, or no, that's not a human. Not many. Okay. I was curious if that one would have been better than beaming, but does not appear to be the case. There's actually a world where some of our lands should actually just be spell lands. In fact, they definitely should be. All right, Faceless Haven. Sorry. How many spell lands do we want to play? I'm going to try 3. We're going to play some takedowns. 2 of those. And then I'm going to play one of... You know what? This is probably just better than the protection one. It'll give us just good interaction. Maybe not. That's close. It's very, very close. Yeah. We're going to play one of the protections, see how good it is. One of the protection. Where did it go? There it is. Sajiri Shelter. Okay. 5 more cards in this sideboard. What do we want? We're just going to try for now portable holes, I think. I'm going to real quick scan for other things, but we don't want to play many 3-drops, I don't think. If any, other than Feather, obviously. Guardian of Faith could actually be a really awesome sideboard card. We're gonna play these on the board actually. This is another just really good counter to like sweepers and things. We'll play 3 of them in the board, and then we're gonna play 2 portable holes, and we're gonna play some mono white Feather. Boom boom. Those need to be in the sideboard. All right. Let's rock and roll. It is mono white Feather time. Invalid. Oh, that's right. I got to craft. Okay. Why is it saying we have black cards in our deck? Oh, Inkling Summoning. Okay. All right. It's time to go. We are mono white feathering. Can't wait to see how it does. Can't wait to see how it does. Yep, we'll see what happens. Oh, we're playing. Yep, you don't mulligan these. I mean, hopefully we draw a land. But we've got our Luminancers, so let's go to work. And if we hit a second land, we can go get Environmental Sciences, so... Yep. You got it. Let's see. Sorcery, sorcery. Both those are sorceries. I think I'm going to Guiding Voice. We could loot with the Learn here to just try and hit lands. So that's kind of interesting. But I think I'm just going to go get Environmental Sciences. That is fine. Pretty unfortunate for us. Would have loved to land there. But we're just going to keep pounding away with Clever Luminancer. Sure thing. I don't really understand that block, but we'll take it. To be fair, had we drawn a land on turn 2, this hand would have been like quite explosive. Honestly, it's going to be like okay anyway. We're just going to keep beating in with this guy, especially if he can't. Yeah. Okay, we'll flash this back. Maybe we got a little greedy on our land count again. Who knows? 5U. Sure. Okay. Opponent is literally really thinking about the attack. That's pretty funny. Should I attack? They decide yes. Okay, that's pretty good. Hmm. I think this is going to set us up best for next turn, so let's do this. We can study break to tap blockers down and maybe just kill our opponent. Five you. Go. Pretty good for a hand that didn't draw its second land until turn, what, 5, 4? Turn 4. We at least made this game competitive. I feel like you're playing enough colorless casts that this deck should couple more lands and have them be Faceless Haven. That makes sense, Raja. Yeah, I could buy that for sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's fine. Okay. So I believe the play here, Guiding Voice, let's learn. Academic Probation seems pretty sick. I think I'm going to take this. And I'm just going to attack and see what my opponent does. They probably block with a Jasper Sentinel, and then on their turn, I will study break and tap both their flyers down. Yep. And then on my next turn, I can study break, tap both the other blockers down, and we actually will have lethal, so... Enjoy your treasure, sir. I'm going to loot here because... Okay. That's pretty annoying. Why did he draw? Oh, because of this, sure. Curses. Missed our land drops a little too long. Might have to add some lands. Yeah, especially considering we're only playing 17 with the... Yeah, we did get a little aggressive on the mana base for sure. As it is, I don't think I really want to change much against whatever our opponent's doing. The possible Beaming Defiance would be good here. but I think the rest of it is pretty solid. So we're just going to run it back. See the BNR yet? No, I have not. What happened? Did they do anything? Oh, this hand is awful. I'm mulligan that as well. All right, this one plays. We're going to get rid of land, and we're going to get rid of... Probably a monk. Got rid of memory lapse and Tybalt's trickery and historic. That's really nice. I'm happy they kept standard the same, by the way. Very happy they kept standard the same. I've been enjoying standard quite a bit. Do this, no tax, go. Yep. That's an innkeeper. John Food is going to be... Yeah, that's... Yeah. It's probably accurate. John Food was already insane. So... I'm going to set a stop on my opponent's upkeep, and I believe I'm going to tap the Sentinel and the Magda, I suppose, and go get environmental sciences, I think. I suppose we're also going to attack, because I can't imagine he blocks. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay. Oops. Opponent, I'm well aware you still get the treasure. I just don't care. I'd rather you get the treasure that way than you attack me with it. Yep. That is fine. Get in for one. Yep. Okay. Let's go get a land. I think I want the counter to go on the monk. Excuse me. Let's learn again. I think we're going to go get an academic probation. And we're going to attack for 3. Sure. Fine. That is fine. Sure. Sure. Okay. Sure. No blocks. Play a Leonin. Play a Guiding Voice on, I think I'm going to do, does this do it to any target? Or access number of any target. So you could kill the flyer. But I might be okay with that exchange. I think I'm going to put the counter here. And we're going to get in there. I think I'm going to go get just more creatures. Seems pretty good to me. So I'm going to actually go with this. Send this. Just that. Will do. Nicely. Okay. We're doing it, chat. We're trying to combo off. We are trying to combo off with Leonin Light Scribe and white spells. Sure. You got it. Yeah, I'm not blocking you. Certainly not blocking. That's not what this deck's trying to do. Okay, you got it. Okay. Sure. Okay. Do we have an instant? We do. That's actually really good. So we're going to play the Feather. And we're going to play... We could actually Environmental Sciences to hit our land drop to also Courage, which is kind of cool. And then we can Study Break on their turn. I think I like that quite a bit, actually. Also gains us some life. Oh, I'm stupid. This is... We have to target our creatures for this to be 0. Completely forgot about that. Well, that was certainly a mistake. Oh, you actually have to cast these cards. I thought you just paid 0 and cast them for free. This card's a lot worse than I thought it was. A lot worse than I thought it was. You got it. Sure. Worse than I thought it was, but I still think it's an okay card. We will definitely need to go. That's another reason to go up on the land count. I thought that card was literally just free play spells if they target your creatures, and 8 mana if they don't target your creatures. I'm going to take all this. Yep. Probably going to go down this game, this match, it would appear. But that's all right. We've got some changes we need to make. Yep. He has 2. You know, we're gonna head out of this. He got us. That's fine. All right. Let's add some lands to our deck. Let's probably cut the Battlefield Raptor because it was probably ambitious, to say the least. Okay. I want at least 2 more, probably 3 more of you. Get the Raptor out of here. I like all the 1-drops. We're probably going to be cutting some number of 2s. Maybe we can go to 3 Show of Confidence, although it seems like one of the better spells in the deck. I hear they're really cool. Just ask Wizards for a refund on those wild cards. Well, the good news is I didn't blow and I blew 2 mythics on this, but whatever. Usually the hard wild cards are the rares, which I didn't have to spend any rares on this deck because we already had the absences from earlier. So we're all good. We'll play a couple more matches with this, and then I will probably be off for the day. Let's see here. I think we're going to cut 2 of these, which means the 2 portable holes should probably just be 2 more of those, or the 2 guardians. Maybe like 1 guardian. I don't need 2 of this. Okay. And then let's put Fateful Absences. We can put those back. And then we can play that portable, the additional portable hole, because I do think this will be a pretty important card for some of the aggressive decks, especially mono green. So let's try that. Alrighty. Traditional standard ranked feather, let's go. And we are 0-1 with feather, but we have edited it. I'm confident we'll do better now. All right, opponent's going first. We don't have a 1-drop, which is definitely a little awkward. We're going to try it. Are you going to add Havens? I should have, Raja. Forgot all about it, not going to lie. I suppose I could get this and just name Asika's Chariot and make it so he can't play Chariot this turn. That seems fairly good, I guess. The first thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to attack because I could blow him out with a Show of Confidence. So let's do that first. Okay. Yep. Asika's Chariot, please. Okay. Go ahead, opponent. No blocks. Sure. And sure. Okay. Let's play the bird. 0. We're going to Guiding Voice again. Trigger. Get a thing. I'm going to put a counter here. Good block potentially on that wolf. I'm just going to take the cheapest thing we have, which is Sciences. Do I want to attack with the spirit, or do I just want to leave it back as a blocker? That is the question. Leaving it back as a blocker is kind of interesting. Next turn we're going to get to hit for quite a bit with this show of confidence with all the flyers. I think I'm just going to leave it back to be safe. Definitely might be able to kill our opponent out of nowhere next turn. It's possible with the show. Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, this block seems fairly free. He can get me with a snakeskin veil, but that's whatever. And then I'm going to chump here. Okay. And we'll just see what happens, I guess. Yep, you got it. Excuse me. Yep. That is fine. Okay. That's less than fine. So let's just do this. Courage. Courage. I don't know if this is lethal, but we're about to find out. No, not lethal, but still good. Are we dead if he attacks all out? I think we are. I think we are. Block, block, takes 7, die. Yep, you got that. These seem fine. These seem good. I think that's all we want. What don't we want? I definitely want to keep shows. I feel like we want to trim some of our 2s. I'm not exactly sure which 2s. You know what? Let's do some trimming. We'll trim those. We'll stay on. We'll go down one of those as well. Let's go to 2 show of confidence. I don't like that. Let's stay at 3. Let's go to 2 study break, I guess. Let's see how that goes for us. Play first. Okay. 1 drop is nice. It's a good start. Whenever you cast your second spell, yeah. So I'm going to play Takedown first. That'll let me set up a pretty strong turn 2. with Monk and Guiding Voice to make it a 3-3 right away. Ooh, that's going to be fun. Monk, Guiding Voice. 2 counters on this. I'm going to go get the thing that gets a land. Next turn we can go Science's Courage, attack for 5, which will be pretty strong, I think. Yep. Okay, Sciences, go get a land, play our land. Courage our idiot. 5U. Yep, you got another dude. That is a dude. It is there. Okay. So if I just play the Light Scribe and then flash this back, I can hit him for 8, and then Study Break will be lethal next turn. So I think we're just going to try that. Okay, takes 8. It's pretty good for us, I think. Sure. Yep, you got it. Okay. Okay, interesting turn for us here. I might just attack with the Monk and see what he blocks with. That seems like a pretty good first step. So Show of Confidence makes my guy a 9/9, so that's literally just going to kill everything. So I guess we're going to do that, huh? +1/+1 counter. Yeah, I think that's the play. Then I don't have to spew a removal spell on this. Make that a 9/9, kill everything. Doesn't give him access to a card. And if we're able to draw land, we can Study Break plus kill a thing, which seems pretty good. Sure, whatever. Yep. It's all good. All good. Yep, you got me. Okay. Play this Monk of the Open Hand. And I might just pass it over to my opponent now, honestly. I think I am just going to pass. I suppose no, I'm going to attack with my 8/8 and then I'm going to pass it over to them. Yep. That is fine. Mammoth. Mammoth resolves. Yep. That's fine. Try crewing the chariot, I assume. Sure. Set full control here. Study Break this and this. And let's go get... think we want the cheap spell, so we're just going to go with probation. All right. And so that should do it, I think. Because I can probation, say that can't block, and then I can show of confidence. Until your next turn, it can't attack or block, because activated abilities can't be activated. Do this, trigger. Combat, attack all. And that'll be lethal here. Show of confidence there, I guess. And this is going to be a lot of damage, it turns out. 12U. Alrighty. Can we get a win with mono white feather? We're about to find out. Alright, being on the draw, I like one more of these. And I think probably just like one less study break seems fine to me. One less show could be right as well, actually. Let's try that. Hand looks fine. Monk of the open hand, go ahead. Sure. Guided voice. I don't think they could have a removal spell. Just, let's see. Inkling summoning seems pretty good. It's just another threat, potentially. I could also take the reduce to memory. Reduce is probably the best play here. And then let's Homestead Courage this. We'll hit our opponent for 4. And opponent is just kind of on the back foot again here. We're going to be hitting them for a lot of damage for the rest of the game with this card, so that's pretty cool. Yep, you got an old growth troll. Sure. Do I want to reduce that? Probably not yet. I think the play here is just going to be Homestead Courage twice. Yeah, I think so. I think we're just going to Homestead Courage twice. And hit our opponent for 7. I didn't even check, but a Mighty Leap effect would be really good in this deck. I don't know that that's an option we currently have in Standard, but it'd be really awesome if we do. Sure. So, how do I want to do this? Let's see. I could play this 0 and then Guiding Voice. That's going to force a block immediately. It's going to be 9 power already. I guess that's the play. That seems quite good to me. Just continue to get things. So we'll make this a lethal attacker. And we'll also go get... We already have plenty of ways to get around stuff, so I think I'm just going to go get another body. Sure. Sure. This is why we went and got another body. Is that kind of play right there? You got it? Sure. That's aggressive. I'm happy my opponent doesn't have mana. It sounds good to me. A Death Toucher? That's annoying. How about we tap him? Study Break. I think we might have just beat Mono Green. I don't think they're going to... Oh, yeah, nice try, pal. You should have done that at sorcery speed. Tenyu. Good game. All right, Mono White Feather. 1-1. They'll play one more match today, and we'll call it a day. We'll see if Mono White Feather can end with a winning record or not. Transition that over. All right. One more match for the day. Feather. Let's rock and roll. That was a quality win. I agree. Quality win. Sometimes you just make big monk of the open hands, I guess. Well, this hand looks insanely sweet. We'll draw a spell eventually, so I'm definitely going to lead on monk and then go monk Luminancer. That'll make both these 2/2s. Monk, go. Oh, baby. Play a monk, play a Luminancer, get some counters, hit you for 2. Go. Land drop would be really disgusting here. That's actually not that bad either. So, because I want my Guiding Voice to resolve, I actually think I'm going to target the new Monk of the Open Hands. It'll lead to me dealing the most damage. This will be an attack for 8. Power word kill the new one. Sure, you got it, man. Go. We'll attack all. Light Scribe. Go. You make a treasure. Yeah, we need to dodge a sweeper. If we don't get burned down, we should be good. It's pretty good too. I'm in on this deck. Seems pretty sweet. Yeah, it's a cool deck. It's obviously not great against that Meat Hook Massacre there, but that's okay. That's pretty gross. pretty gross. Alright, we'll do the guided voice thing. We're just probably going to go get an expanded anatomy and just try going in on this. Inkling Summoning's like okay too, actually. I guess that's a little less all in. So let's do that. It's annoying, but at least it wasn't a kill spell. If they attack, I won't block, sure. Combat 3 and then I'm just going to replay the summoning out of my graveyard. What? Oh, I see. Because it... Okay. Because it doesn't target a creature I control, it costs 8 more. Alright, I get how the card works now. It should have just made everything free that targets a creature you control, but that's fine. We'll accept it the way it is. Time for game 2. Oh yeah, that Geist Wave. That means it is time for game 2, probably. 2 sweepers is too much. Yeah. We'll go on to game 2. Well, the Blossoming Defense, or the Beaming Defiances will be good here. We don't need removal. Guardian of Faith will also be good here. It's probably all we want. I think I don't want the feathers here. Mavinda. And oh, study breaks are actually really weak. I should cut all of those. Okay, Mavinda, come back. It's your time. Your time to shine. I think this hand is fine. It's a little slow, but we're going to keep. I think I'm going to lead on Light Scribe here. And then hopefully I hit an untapped land, so next turn I can play Clarion Spirit plus Monk of the Open Hand. Well, double Monk of the Open Hand is not the worst, I suppose. Sure. And let's just get in there for some damage. Guardian Faith can blow out some interaction. Power word kill. No. No, thank you on that one. Just that. That will phase out. I guess maybe I should have phased this out. There's really no reason not to. So my opponent probably would have been afraid to do that on my turn with the Light Scribe. But that's all right. We will be A-okay. I'm going to attack for 5. Trying to kill my guy again. Do we want to play around a sweeper, or do we just counter the 1-for-1 removal spell? That is the question. Him with 2 cards in hand. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to let that happen. He can take 3. Play the Luminancer, just say go ahead. Deluge. Sure. Go. Foretell, huh? Okay. Go for it. All right. Can we draw a singular spell, please? God. Oh my god. Opponent was just dead to an instant or sorcery. It's very unfortunate, but here we are. Sure. Pretty annoying. Yeah, no, you're right, for sure. For sure, I do need the Havens for spots like this. It'd be nice if, the 20 land deck didn't draw 7, though. Okay. Okay, deck. That's fine. Just no spells ever. I got you. I got you. Just 8 lands and 16 cards. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Well, it was close. It was close. Opponent was dead like 3 turns in a row to like anything relevant, and we never hit anything relevant, so it is what it is. But I think, yeah, Cave might be better because it adds white mana, and this deck like definitely wants a lot of white mana for the turns where it's doing the like combo spells and things. So we'll, if we revisit this deck, which we might not, but if we revisit this deck, I guess it would be after the Invitational. I'd play this deck again, but tomorrow we'll not 100% sure what we're going to stream yet. I'll let you guys know. We may go back to blue-black again. We may try mono-green, kind of do some more of the tier stuff, things that are actually contenders. This was kind of just screwing around for the last 45 minutes, play something fun. But for those that were hanging out, for those that are here, thanks a lot. One more time, if you appreciate the content, give us a follow on YouTube, Swish Gaming. SwishGaming.com is our website. Twitter, The Swish Gaming. Facebook, Swish Gaming. Twitch, The Swish Gaming. I'm Steven Dykman. Thanks a lot for hanging out today, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Raja. The Bant deck. If you think the Bant deck is actually a legit contender, send it over to me, and we'll play it tomorrow. I am fine with that. I'm sure it is equally, if not more so, a contender than Whetstone White was. But I will see you guys tomorrow.